This guy was like, "You want to join Team Silent?" I was like, "Sure."
Oh, bro, come on. The team I'm in is cracked.
No one cares, bro.
I'm not even in the team actually because I suck, but
Yeah, we know.
I failed. I think there's a trial today though. I think it's like 9.
Bro did no way you did a tryout for a team. That's wild.
No, I didn't do a tryout. It's not a tryout really.
Wait, I'm live right now.
It's just a zone wars.
I'm live right now.
Nice. It's just a zone wars though.
I'm live right now.
Okay. 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 Dang, bro.
What?
I heard myself like 3
Because
times.
I had my stream up and I was. Oops, I didn't get the link. No, this is bad. This is bad. I forgot the Y. No. Let me copy and paste this again.
The why?
Let me copy. I'm trying to copy and paste this link.
Oh, my squishy ball. Do you have your squishy ball?
No, that's in my book bag.
You finish Outer Banks?
No,
What?
no,
What episode are you on?
like 6 or 7.
I already finished it because I'm sweaty.
I could have finished it, but I was not trying to sit there for like a long time. I was getting tired of
I didn't want to. I didn't. Yeah, for real. I didn't want to sit there.
Part. I ended on the part where, you know, where they're. Did you actually finish it? Because I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, I finished it. Swear to God.
I ended on the part where like they were like in the truck. They borrowed Topper's truck and like went to go get the cross out of the train, and it was a fake.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's the part I ended on. And then John B and his dad went to that one person's house and gave them the thing, and it healed her. That's where I ended.
Was that thing actually real?
I don't know. It's not in real life. No, what?
No, like the healing thing. I feel like they gave her just like a random cloth, and she just thought she could walk.
No, there was a thing in the cloth. It was called the shroud of like a church.
There's a thing in the cloth.
Yeah, it was like the shroud from the church, and it was like blah blah blah. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like they just gave him a random cloth though, and she felt like she was healed.
Well, apparently she did heal because you can't physically just start walking.
I feel like she could do that anyway. She was walking very slow.
No, she had
Anyway, she was walking very slow.
crutches on, or on her arms or whatever.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like she could walk without those.
I don't know, buddy.
Leave that.
I'm getting off soon. I'm gonna.
Why?
I'm doing it. I'm gonna watch FNCS. I'm gonna
When the
stream
heck
it
is
so
that?
people are gonna watch my stream and watch me watch FNCS, and they
When
can
is
watch
FNCS?
it in 8 minutes.
Oh my god, bro.
Imagine Fortnite starts streaming. I'm gonna stream Fortnite stream. That's what a watch party is.
Just stream Fortnite then. Don't watch FNCS.
No.
Dude, no one wants to watch that goofy FNCS. We all know who's gonna win.
Will take the lead. We will now see
Boo
the
guy.
first flip in the score.
Oh, they started. I might get off right now.
I know is Kanata at the bottom one, the chin.
I'm pretty sure hair is.
Like,
T London.
A fortnight near the Monkeys.
You literally requested to join me right as I was about to get off because I'm doing a watch party for FNCS third week.
I don't monkey care. We're playing Durable Cash Cup.
No, we're not.
Dang it, I hate your gun. Dang it. Who's the watch party gonna be with?
What?
Like, who are you watching it with?
Bro, you don't understand what a watch party is.
Nope. Not gonna lie, I don't.
I think it's where he just watches FNCS and then other people can see it on his stream.
So pretty much just what John does.
Wait, I need to.
Hold up.
Okay, I'm getting off.
Hey, you like my skin? It's Clix's.
Okay, bye. I'll
Yep.
play. I'll play at like 8.
Brr. Alright.
When Surge Week ends.
Alright,
I'll forget
come on. Come on.
No, 8:30. 8:30. That's when Surge Week ends.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 8:30. 8:30. I'll play arena with you and carry you in the Champion League.
Okay, bet.
Yeah,
better
I got you.
carry.
I got you.
I see you.
That noob. I'm not gonna carry. Nope. I'm kidding. He should. Oh, why don't I should have told him to watch my stream, so he's something to watch.
Points away from securing the W here, Travis. It goes to 700. If you're new to Splitgate, guys, 700 is the score to get to, and GB is starting to lose that gap as the, you know, Team Moist Esports is going farther and farther, only 25 points away. It is almost safe to say that Moist is taking this one home. I don't want to call it just yet again. Yeah, that's a triple cap. That's a GG.
Fortnite.
Mount.
Fortnite. It's muted.
How do I not know myself? Like, how do I not know myself?
Miro.
Yeah, Miro pass.
All right, Mero at the top, Duke's in the middle, Clicks at the bottom.
Miro up top, Smite in the middle, and then I'm gonna go Pamstu again for the bottom.
Top Mero, middle Smite. I'm gonna go Pam style.
Mero on the top, Pamsu on the bottom, Smite in the middle.
Okay, guys, there's format. There's format. No, not chat right there. That right There we go. Okay. Who's playing? Jamper, Paper, Nexie, Jeff, Oliver OG, Nars, Noxie, Scold, Snake, Scoped, Costa. Ooh, Cooper's playing. Cooper, Gary. Those are just all WTJ players. Nanny, Larson. Dude, Larson's winning, guys. Oh, Bucky! Let's go, Bucky! Let's go, Bucky, bro. Let's go, Bucky. Let's go, Bucky. Sheesh. Oh, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The NAE Surge Week is upon us, and tonight's teams are in for a go hard or go home round of Fortnite. A team that has to focus up tonight and make it work is Jamper and Paper. This duo has a great week 1.
Intercept!
but the
I'm
two
never
last ones
taking
were a
that!
bit off.
Intercept! No!
It's time to shift gears and make that comeback that everyone hopes they do.
No!
Blake and Bizzle, surprisingly, also finding themselves in the Surge Week despite several seasons of FNCS experience. They have to put the experience to work now as they have 5 final games to secure their spot in the grand finals. Lastly, Nani and Larson are also making sure to stay in the run for the final chance at
let's go,
advancement.
Larson.
With both having a long, ongoing relationship with the FNCS, missing out on this grand finals is not an option they would take. The players are ready to give it their all, as tonight is the last call to board the battle bus for this season's FNCS Grand Finals.
Yeah, Let's can't be selling. No selling around. Why is this thing not centered?
What is going on, Fortnite fam? It is so good to see all of you once again. Welcome to the FNCS.
Something.
This is Surge Week, the last stop, the final opportunity to claim a seat on the bus going to Grand Finals. The pressure is on. And guess what? We only have 5 games. 5 victory royales or coming top 5 at the end of the day will earn you one of those seats. So we have much to talk about, much to break down, and we'll get to that in just a moment. First, I'd love to just welcome none other than our analyst. Guess what? It's the best taco and Vivid.
There we go. Listen, there we go. I want to hear Zeke.
Listen, you guys are excited. That's what you want to hear. I want to hear why you're so excited coming into Surge Week.
I'm so excited because I feel like, especially when it comes to the Fortnite community in general, we all agree that these reboot round style games have been one of the most exciting things to watch in competitive history. So, and listen, we got those games here today. I'm excited.
Knowing that it's the last chance opportunity for these final 10 duos to solidify their spot from the battle bus could not be a more high stakes opportunity here, Zeke. And so everything's on the line. I'm ready to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, some duos are probably thinking to themselves, I want to be in Surge Week. All I need is a victory royale. I can make that happen.
Yeah, I like the fact that you bring up that point, right? Because some of these teams will play into this format very, very well. So that's going to be the big question, right? Is anybody going to make adjustments coming into this? Like, hey, let's play a little bit differently. Let's, try to get one of those VRs, play for consistency. We'll have to see.
It's so casual. You just got to win a game, and you're good. How easy is that?
It's easy, Zeke, apparently.
Yeah, apparently to Taco, it comes easy. All the victory royale she's been getting. But, I mean, there's a lot of pressure here on these duos, right? How do you guys feel like maybe their mentals are coming in today? Because you really, even if you lose a game or maybe get contested spawn or whatever, you can't stop, right? You just have to let that wash away and kind of come back.
Well,
hey, we're here, right? like, there's no going back. You can only go forward, right? And like Taco mentioned, there's only 10 more spots left, right? And there's 2 ways to do that: victory royales and consistency. So when it comes to pressure, I mean, I would be nervous.
Well, I think kind of banking off what you were talking about, actually, Vivid, is the fact that we're seeing some of these duos. They know the kind of adjustments that they want to make, ideally, to find themselves in being able to solidify as one of those last 10 duos for the Battle Bus. But at the same time, we are seeing some duos that are having to deal with situations that they might have not necessarily been dealing with throughout the 1 or 2 weekly finals that they competed in. A primary example just being some duos find themselves being contested or uncontested even at their drop spots.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, let's think about it. They've had 3 weeks to play, right, throughout FNCS, but that was with a completely different format. Like, I mean, yeah, you've had those 3 weeks to kind of prepare and stuff like that, and you can go back and reference some of those VODs, but it's a completely different format today, Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of come from the competitive background, right? You've played Fortnite. Is it that crazy? Like, what could these players be feeling? Like, tap us into that a little bit.
I mean, you know, for me personally, whenever I would get nervous before tournaments, it was always that first game that I had those like jitters. But then after that, I was like locked in. So we'll have to see if some of these duos can kind of like, they have that regimen to kind of overcome some of those nerves, or if they're going to be nervous throughout. Maybe some of them, those well-vetted players, like I know we got Bizzle, probably not going to be nervous at all for any of the games. So we'll kind of have to see if that kind of plays a part.
I think we also are dealing with duos who have individuals that have even been in a similar
This is
format
literally
and
the
have managed to
best
qual
place.
through previous reboot rounds. I think a primary example
Is
of
there
that,
somebody
Cooper,
playing
somebody
with
that
it? Is
immediately
there
comes to
playing
mind, and he's also going to be a duo that I think we're going to have to take a little bit of a closer look on later on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, why don't we kind of dive into some of these duos, right? There's a few we do want to highlight for you guys at home, and in case you're tuning in, you're like, this is the first broadcast. Well, who should we focus in on? We've got a few names to throw your way. Yuz and Crisp, actually a duo that did not play week 1, formed in week 2. Here they are in Surge Week.
Yeah, I mean, not playing in week 1 and still actually getting enough series points to make it to one of these stages when it comes to the major is very, very impressive. And the big note for me when it comes to Yuz and Chris is that they got 6th place in week 2 weekly finals, which is actually the 2nd best placement that we have out of all of the teams that are playing today. So very, very impressive. I'm going to be looking towards them when it comes to that consistency leaderboard, that top 5 at the end of the day.
And what's interesting is that they accomplished that placement, landing at a different drop spot. They were originally in Rowdy Acres, which is like just south of Frenzy Field. And so now to see them switching it up to go into the Slap and Go split, it's going to be a rather interesting the way it pans out, because they're essentially going to be forced, I think, into having to contest the other duo that's there with them, because you need to get one of those two, or ideally both the Oathbound chests that are there, so that way they can look to try and prioritize those Shockwave hammers. We've seen how impactful they've been whenever duos have gotten their hands on them, and I think that this is a duo that definitely loves having those hammers.
Oh, 100%. They played very, very well when they actually get them. So we'll have to see if they win that off-spawn fight and get those Oathbound chests and get hammers out of them.
Yeah, for sure. Another duo, Jamper, Paper. I mean, veterans of the NA East region. Now, of course, though it might be a little odd to see them here in Surge Week, they are definitely capable of getting a victory or placing that top 5.
Look, this is a duo that I think a lot of people would just be surprised to see in Surge Week in general. I mean, leading into the Major 1, we saw them with a couple of top 5 finishes throughout the Elite Code Weekly Finals, and I think that this is a duo that most people were kind of expecting, including themselves, to be a top 5 contender, as is already through to Grands. But now that they are in this Surge Week position, I can at least give them the fact that they are an experienced duo. They've played together once upon a time ago, and now being back here in Chapter 4, I think that they have a lot of synergy on lock. It's just about finding that chemistry throughout the late game.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking about chemistry, I mean, one thing that this duo that they did that went above and beyond any of the rest of the duos is that they actually formed a boot camp together. For a lot of the season, they were playing right next to each other, and up until actually this week, like I said, they were playing right next to each other, but adjustments were made, right? They didn't necessarily feel comfortable playing right next to each other, so now they're back on their home setups where they are comfortable. And, you know, me personally, as a previous pro player, I loved making those friendships with any of my teammates, right? Establishing that kind of relationship with your teammate was very, very important. So now that they went through that boot camp, I feel like they have to have that friendship down, and I feel like now that they're back in those comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups, and I feel like it could now really help them with comfortable setups.
Okay, guys, we're back. It was
the very early parts of the game, but coming into Surge Week, like Taco mentioned, they're uncontested now at that south side of Sabi Shores, so they're going to have to switch up what they're used to when it comes to those weekly finals and find something a little bit different, because I know from watching some of their games, they're very, very prone to going dead side after they get those early surge damage done, but now they can't necessarily do that because they're not going to have the benefit of being contested off spawn, so we'll have to see some of those adjustments be made for sure.
Absolutely. And one final duo to throw your way. It is Rhythm and it is 20. Hopefully 20 can divide by 4 to make it in that top 5. Do you guys get it? It's a matchup. Anyway, talk to me about this duo in particular. Why are we kind of highlighting these guys as the 4th duo?
I'll say right now, if you look over there on the right side, that 4th thing down, that 4th stat, Victory Royales, 1. One of only 2 teams playing today to actually get a Victory Royale in some of those weekly finals that we watched. And they only were actually able to play in week 3, Taco, where they, of course, did get that Victory Royale. But they did so well, they were contested.
And again, one of the teams that was contesting them is Joji and Rokane. They're already through the grand final. So now at the Hall of Whispers, which is their drop spot, they're not going to have to worry about that. And what's interesting is that this duo also has a tendency to actually play their drop a little bit split. A lot of times we'll see 20 actually choosing to completely loot out Hall of Whispers. But Rhythm, on the other hand, he manages their surge. He manages their resources pushing further out towards the Gusty Gorge, towards Frostbite Falls, and just taking advantage of any of those teams from the south side of Bastion to get tags on.
Absolutely insane. Sometimes I just don't understand how Taco just knows all the landmarks. I'm just blown away. I don't know. Anyway, hey, guess what? We have a very special moment here. We get to talk to one of the players we've seen compete right here in Surge Week. It is none other than Blake. Blake, what's going on, man? It is always fantastic to see you. How you doing?
How you doing? I'm good. I'm excited. Not nervous. Confident.
Blake, nervous? That's not even, I would never even put those words together. Blake,
I'm not
talk to me
nervous.
about coming into Surge Week. Where are your mentals at right now?
I'm pretty confident. Me and Bizzle have been preparing every day, all week for this. It sucks we didn't auto-qualify for grand finals, but we've been here before.
nervous,
We're going to get
guys.
it done,
I'm not
and
nervous.
just looking forward to it.
Guys, Blake isn't nervous.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to Surge Week,
Blake
right,
is
like I'm
nervous.
pretty sure you guys are going to be contested on spawn. And you know, what's going to be the strategy going into that? How are you guys feeling about that whole situation?
Oh.
I mean, I'm contested by Scoped, that's my boy. Like, but you know,
School
it's-
ain't your boy, bro.
It's
School
business
gonna
at the end of
kill
the
you
day,
every
so
day.
we've been practicing our jobs. Just gotta focus on our jobs, out-drop them, and trying to eliminate them off spawn and go on to win the game.
Hey, listen, it's understandable. Nothing personal, regardless of how it pans out. But
No,
knowing
bro,
the format and that you can look for Victory Royales or just for that consistency factor, which do you think you would place a little bit more priority on, if either?
Since we're contested, I feel like if we do qualify, it'll be through a win because it's gonna be super hard to get top 5 consistency while contested as a chop spot like the spot we're landing at, the split above Anvil. So definitely a win.
All right, so of course you guys want that Victory Royale. So how do you do you guys have a plan for going for that? Are we going to be seeing you on high ground today, going for that
Oh, yeah.
VR, mid ground, low ground? Like what's going on there?
100%.
Oh, okay, there we go.
We loved looking at height. Like we're always looking up, so we'll definitely be on high ground.
Absolutely, dude. And so now, obviously, to make it grand finals would be awesome. But if you guys went on to win grand finals and kind of secure that first spot to global championships, how do you think you guys would feel?
I mean, that feeling would be amazing. Like after missing out on Invitational, I went as a backup player. I don't want to miss out on another one. So getting that done in Major 1 would be such a good feeling, not having to worry about it the other 2 majors. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, Blake, as always, thank you so much for your time. For all the
luck.
fans out there,
Thank
where
you.
can they find you?
Twitch at Blake and on Twitter at BlakePS.
There you go. Blake, one of the best in the business. Best of luck to you today, my friend. We'll see you a little later on. My gosh, Blake, I'm very excited to see you, Blake. I think I've known Blake since, for me, it feels like forever ago at this point, but just an awesome competitive player. Now, of course, it's not just us who'll be talking about all things Fortnite. We've got our analysts, but we have 2 casters standing by. It's Jacob PR and, of course, Life with Panda.
This guy is tough. Who would have thought Pandas were so tough?
Whoa, hitting the gym, dog. Take it easy.
Good.
Hey, I gotta be like you, my guy.
Okay. All right. Anyway, hey,
all right.
friends, welcome. Surge Week, big opportunity for a lot of these duos, and for some, they're thinking this is that final chance. How are you guys feeling coming into it?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. And one thing I do want to talk about, you guys talked about it a little bit, Jamper Paper. I didn't anticipate them being here, but they're going to show out. I promise you, game 1, they're walking away with it.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough statement, a prediction that's in the books. I just like how even though there's 2 different chances to win, you have teams that are expert in both ways to get that spot in the finals at the end of the day. So I'm going to be looking at Paper, Jamper, whether if it's a Victory Royale or not. Ghost, Blake, I think he's one of them. Even though he says not top 5 consistency, he's playing with Bizzle. Anything's possible.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm talking about teams, right? I'm gonna be looking up, high ground. Who's gonna win games from up there, huh?
I mean, do you guys feel the same way? Like, everyone seems like they all want to contest high ground.
You know, I'm actually really interested to see who's going to take high ground, but you know what? Game 1 is almost here. I'm just excited to get into it.
I know y'all at home are as well, so we don't want to keep you waiting. We got Surge Week to get into, so guess what? Game number 1 is ready. Find your seats on the bus. Let's do this.
Game number 1.
Surge Week is here. You guys know me, Jacob PR. I've been here guiding you all 1 through 3. But we got Life with Panda bringing a whole new energy to the game.
Hey, listen, good to be back here in studio, hanging out with all you all at home, and of course my boy Jacob. Man,
those monitors back there are
game
making me
1
super
is
mad.
about to commence, and this
not,
is
bro,
make
look,
or break
the
for the teams
FMCS
remaining
symbol
here.
is not connected,
5
bro.
games, 10 opportunities to make it to the grand finals from this point, and I can't wait to see which names are going to be able to take it home today.
Yeah, if those first 3 weeks were any showing of what we're going to see today, especially with what is on the line, win and you're in, there's going to be a huge amount of destruction, a huge amount of chaos, and you're going to see those Shockwave Hammers play a huge role in every portion of the game. But talk about seeing it. The Battle Bus is ready. It's time to be in it.
It's time to be in it, folks, here as game number 1 is underway here.
Mikey are already off.
Looking at the maps so far. Beautiful.
Uncon,
Can I
that
just
sounds
say,
good.
Chapter 4,
Being
a great
Uncon
addition to
in Surge Week
Fortnite.
would be amazing,
No, definitely. You see the different biomes, the different environments, a lot of different color going around the map. And for Mikey and Smacked, an uncontested drop means they can split up. They don't even have to land next to each other. And you know how the important that we're talking about Surge Week. It's just
That's
win
just a good
and
chance.
you're
That's so
in.
good.
But even though we talk about them being uncontested, Storm Surge is going to be the first thing in their path.
Yeah, Storm Surge.
Oh,
I'm going to be honest.
Blake
Look,
scoped and visuals.
I think it's more impactful
Oh,
to be
his
landing at these
slide
split
kick
drops like we
scoped
see
his
Blake
dad.
and Bizzle doing right here. But you heard Blake there in the interview. He said he's going to be focusing on the team landing with him. It is none other
over.
than Visuals and Scope. Scoped already down. Bizzle,
Scoped and
Blake
Visuals are
holding it
dead.
down. Just
They're
trying to do
dead.
some big things here together as a duo. Can he make something happen? Bizzle
Oh,
showing up
yep.
big and takes out Visuals.
I'm not going to be the guy that said I told you so. I said when you have Bizzle on your team, nothing can really go wrong. Man's an OG,
Paper.
but we got Paper and
Get
Jamper, another one of our hot teams that we're
easy
looking
down.
at, and already off to a hot
Drizzle
start. That
versus
first
Jamper and
elimination
Paper.
is going to be right in their back pocket, and you see Jamper's just on the hunt for information, trying to get the resources. They know they don't have to get greedy and all into the situation, even though Drizzle there towards the low ground, taking a
Oh,
couple
Jamper's
of shots
gonna
on the
die.
Jamper, just a sliver of
Jamper's
HP,
dead.
and that's why Paper's trying
Oh,
to
no
close
way,
the
3-1.
distance. But 92, trade for trade, overflow, but it's Paper and
just so
Jamper
good.
who come out on top.
It doesn't matter if Jamper is 1 HP. My boy Paper is going to clean it up, man. I mean, looking at this from this angle, right? You see
Holy
big
man,
tag
that's
there with the
so
pistol, Jacob.
Wow.
This pistol
Jamper's
is
just
wild.
on another level right now, and that's what we're seeing
That's not
throughout
Jamper,
this
that's
lobby.
Paper.
Some players, game number
Yes.
1, they use it
Wait,
as a test,
wait,
a way to
Bucky
kind of
dead?
download their opponent, figure out how they're going to
Is
play.
Bucky
But some
dead?
of these players have been in this situation before.
hammered
And for
down.
Lawrence, he's in a peculiar situation, losing Bucky early on, trying to figure out how I'm going to do it as a solo.
I'm not surprised
Interesting.
Bucky is dead,
Look,
bro.
Bucky going into the season was a little wishy-washy. He was unsure if he was going to be able to play, what he was going to be able to play, and how this was going to go. And unfortunately, we see him here in Surge Week competing for the opportunity. Unfortunately, going to go down here early, but Lawrence holding it down here, does have the loadout to do some big things as a solo player, but he just needs to stay alive.
Yep. Shockwave Hammer. It's going to make it that much easier for him to try to get out, try to stay alive.
This is
Hopefully he
so
got that
bad,
reboot
I
card
hate to be
because
that.
I'm not sure his chances of being able to go back for it. That team that was just fighting him
They want
moments
his
ago
hammer.
looks like they're
Hammer
on the
too.
hunt. They're trying to finish what they started. That's 4 more points. That's valuable points for that leaderboard because we talked about win and you're in. But that top 5 consistency is going to be something we notice throughout the day because if you're in the second place position, Panda, you get that VR, you're no longer in that top 5. That gives somebody else a shot.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of the ticket here, right? A lot of these players just need to focus on trying to go from the VR, and unfortunately, it looks like Tenley not going to be able to do that here in the beginning. Guys, Nerf and Meatball walking away with a beautiful set of eliminations, because again, remember, while in other reboot-style variations of competition we've seen in the past, the eliminations don't really matter, but here, that consistency is just as important as those VRs.
Yeah, we talked about consistency here for a moment. We got Slacks, we got Illis. This is a team where at least Slacks for sure has been in this situation before, has qualified with a win and you're in situation. So for him, it's having to dig deep in that memory, figure out how you did it before and how to mimic it in such a new playing field overall with the Shockwave Hammer and the augments, the differences from seasons past. So it's going to be hard to kind of mimic that same gameplay, but at least you have been in that situation before. You have the experience. As we got Jake and Scented here, trying to climb up. You see them matting, trying to get their resources around the map. And for them, their only worry, since they're already in zone, is getting the surge tags to stay above everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, it is going to be important here. And I mean, looking at the map, it does look like they have another team close by. This could be those much needed tags you were just talking about here moments ago. But we'll see how this continues to play out as Oak is in the thick of it. No shield, gonna get a little bit back up onto the body as Noxious teammate going to disengage with him. This is probably the smart play at this point. They're not fully in zone, and a lot of people are gonna be rotating on this side here.
Yeah, that's something we've seen throughout the past couple weeks as well. As much as it's easy to make that decision to get aggressive and try to eliminate your opponent right out of the gates, for players like this, it's just getting the valuable tags for Storm Surge. They got what they wanted, and now they're rotating to that next position. For them, they're hoping to get there before everybody else and not get locked out of a congested side. Maxo going down very, very early on. Dozier trying to make up for it. And if he had the reboot card, this is one of those zones that's pulling towards the south. So, in theory, a lot of these players should no longer be here.
Yeah, you could be right here. And I think that's what they're thinking. They're looking like, you know what? I don't think these players are going to remain in this area, but can I get the reboot? That's the question. But we switch over here to Palbot, a collegiate pro. This man, it plays all walks of life of Fortnite, and it's exciting to see him here compete on the biggest stage in Surge Week.
That's probably something in the back of his mind. That's probably a good tool for success. You're playing different variations of Fortnite. You're able to think outside of the box. They got that first elimination on to Meatball. Now Nerf is in a 2v1 situation with his back up against the wall. And it looks like right now, he's just kind of biding his time, being as patient as possible. Hopefully, they leave this POI, and that way he can begin to rotate in. But timing is of the essence as this one continues to pull. If he doesn't have the heals to kind of keep himself at pace, it's not going to be the best look. But you can see how Meatball went down in the first place. Palbot slowly but surely sneaking up. And a little bit of a 3-2-1. Timing is perfect for Palbot and Cranky.
You love to see it. The quick elimination there on the back of a little hide-and-seek play. But speaking of Seek, it is Snake seeking some eliminations there in the distance. Huge shots landed there towards that team with Owl. But gonna miss a few more as we switch over to Liam. Liam and Veer. Interesting duo.
Are dead.
Not necessarily one to not keep an eye on, to be clear. This team, while the names aren't as notable, right? They still can make a huge staple play for the grand finals in this competition.
I mean, that's the beauty of Surge Week, after all, is you don't have to be a superstar. You don't have to be a prominent name in the region. You just have to show up when it matters most, and you saw them kind of catch Lawrence out of position, getting that elimination. Bucky went down early on, so you know that duo is back to the lobby. Lucky for them, they got 4 more chances to go on the day. And for Mikey and Smack, they're trying to take advantage in each and every one of those chances, positioning themselves just outside of zone to where they can try to gatekeep, lock some of these other players out, and get their damage so they don't have to worry about it later in the game. And you got to imagine with the different augments, they get the chili chug splashes. As soon as they begin their rotation, they're going to get there rather quickly.
Can I just say, those hollow chests being added here in chapter 4, or even actually last chapter potentially, but those hollow chests have been an incredible addition to Fortnite. You look at the loadout, and there are a few items that you can only get from those hollow chests, one of those being those chili chug splashes. Beautiful addition, in my opinion, and that's what we're going to see a lot of players utilize. They're going to focus on trying to get as many keys as they can, open up them hollow chests, and get the loadout that they so desperately need to walk away with the VR.
And I love seeing this right now, Blake and Bizzle, because this was one of the first things he spoke about himself. It only matters if we're able to get off spawn, because playing through consistency in a contested spot, is one of the hardest things you can do. And for Blake and Bizzle, they're off to the races. You see them looting up from one split spot to the other. Larson and Nani trying to do the same thing, but for them, they got their position. They're trying to perch themselves on a little bit of a mountain, build high in the sky, and that way they can use their red eyes, get their tags all across the map. And right now, they're sitting good, almost in the center zone. They don't have to worry about rotating because once again, the next zone's going to pull in, and they're right there at the edge once more.
Sitting pretty there. I like it. This is a good look here from Nani and Larson. And there is one of the most infamous clips from a previous reboot round in Fortnite history, and that is of Nani winning the game and his excitement, his celebration live on stream is definitely one of those notable moments. So I'd love to see Nani walk away with one of those VRs today, because you already know Socials is going to go crazy with his excitement.
Yeah, with so much on the line. 10 spots up for grabs on the day to advance directly to the grand finals and continue your journey to call yourself FNCS Major 1 champion.
Rhythm.
You got 20 Rhythm trying to position themselves just like everybody else high in the sky to get the surge tag. And looking at their inventory, they are stacked as can be. So that is going to be one of the only focuses that they have to really position themselves game after game, zone after zone, so they don't have to worry about it. We know how aggressive they can be as well, because they're one of the few teams that have already got a victory royale underneath their belt throughout the past 3 weeks, so they know they can get the job done. They know they have the ability to win through both formats.
Yeah, they definitely can, but another team that really can top, in my opinion, almost any team in this lobby. It is Slacks and Illis. Some of the best experience comes for this. We saw stats just moments ago, 222 total finals amongst the players competing here in Surge Week, and some of those finals are coming from Slacks and Illis. They are no stranger to these high-pressure situations. They know how to get those VRs. They know how to be consistent. It's just a matter of them choosing which one they're going to do today.
That's going to be the name of the game here. And you can see the Storm Surge thresholds and why these players are fighting for the amount of damage. We're on the second zone. So if Storm Surge and all these players stay alive, it's going to have to go down to 64 players. That's 11 of them in the lobby right now that are going to have to get eliminated. And while everybody's fighting for that Storm Surge, Kelly, you got a plan of how some of these players got it early on.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Kelly Link here with your action report, everyone. And we might see a bit more of a passive play style in this last chance kind of competition, but that's not the case for Redux and Snake. Not only did they already get 2 eliminations at the start, but we can see here them building the tower up, grabbing those much-needed Storm Surge tags, so they don't have to worry about it later on in the game. Back to you guys.
I mean, look, Storm Surge is super important. So for a team like Redux and Snake, great positioning from them and great call there by Kelly, because look, a lot of these teams, the reason they are in Surge Week is because they struggled with Surge in the previous week. So this could be something they worked on leading up to this next few games, because it's one day, 5 total games, and 10 opportunities to proceed.
Yeah, you gotta have that mental stamina through and through if you're going to be able to come out on top. You saw moments ago, 90 above. Now you see another team in the whole opposite direction, 56 below, and continuously falling. But a couple of shots traded off by Scented is going to get him barely above that threshold. But the thing about a lobby like this that's set with 2 different ways to get in, 20 is not a real feeling of comfortability. His back is still up against the wall, and once again, he's dropping below the damage threshold, taking a big shot, and now the pressure is on.
Pressure is on. The heels come out, though, so they are going to choose to disengage. They know it's not worth hanging out there. Despite them having an okay position to catch some other players rotating in, they still need to make their way into zone, and that's what we see tons of teams doing here on the edge, whether it's Keys, Freeze, Okus and his teammate, or Jake and Scented, all just trying to make their way into the edge.
And I was saying, I'm agreeing with what Sentin's doing right now, trying to get up, trying to get out of shattered slabs. If you're down on Surge, you don't want to put yourself underneath all that elevation, underneath that natural cover that cannot be broken. They got themselves a spot with a couple teams nearby. Now they can start to get busy, just like Keys and Freeze, trying to get busy on this team. 127 below the damage threshold. They have to go, and they have to go now. You can see them trying to go for that piece control, breaking into the wall, but they get denied. And now Storm Surge is kicking in. The time is of the essence as Freeze continues to push forward. A huge shot on the Okus backing him up, but he's still below the threshold. 101, as well as Keys going down. Everything comes crumbling for Freeze and Keys.
This is huge, though. He did have the
Let's
slurp
go,
juice in hand, so he's
please.
going to be able to combat that just a little bit, but he needs one more shot, desperately looking to connect any kind of damage that he can. But now it looks like Scented and Jake getting into the fold here as Noxy and Ocus just looking to play on the back foot, playing a little bit more patient. They're just going to go ahead, get mats, take as much piece as they can, and potentially get a shot here onto Freeze.
Freeze not only dodging a big shot, but dishing out some damage onto Noxy as well. The longer he stays alive in a situation like this, the bigger chance of Jake and Scented ending up in the wrong box, and that could be his way to escape, which looks like one of the most dangerous positions he's going to be in all day. He lost keys. Does he have the reboot? That's going to be a question we ask as he continues to try to find separation, a little bit of elevation as well. And this could be the moment as he continues to fire down from above. That's making Noxy and Ocus kind of second guess their decision. And with him now taking shots on that other team, they know that it's not as safe as it once was.
Not safe indeed, but looking at Ocus and Noxy, they are going to get away. But I got to talk about Freeze for a moment because he is genuinely one of the most underrated players here on NAEs, and he showed just in that moment why. As a solo player, he just pushed two separate teams away from him, allowing him not only to potentially go back for that card, but to still remain in this game and could potentially walk away with that beautiful VR.
But he is playing so patient, so sneaky. He can continue to stagger himself back. He has a med mist and minis to work with, 70 above the damage threshold. He has all the time in the world. As I say that, 36, he falls below just a little bit. Tries to go for a little bit of that piece control. Doesn't get it the first try. Shots coming in from all over. Freeze, he's gonna have to rethink the situation. Back down for a moment, reassess before going in yet again. But he knows with the back up against the wall as a solo. With 13 below the damage threshold, it's now or never. This is gonna be a big moment for his survival. Noxy now going for a flank, but it's a little too late. Ocus goes down. Freeze does the damage, and now it's all to Noxy to survive as a solo.
Yeah, Freeze was able to pick up one, but Noxy able to clean it up. Now just trying to stay alive here. The Storm taken away, Surge taken away, and players looking to tick away as well as they try to land some shots there on him while he's forced to sit in the zone. But Yuz, Chris,
they are not
better
stacked
position, despite them not necessarily being in zone. Using those impulses is going to be huge. Yuz does need to heal, though. Unfortunately, does not have any shield in the inventory, and that's going to cause some serious struggle points here for this team if they cannot find any kind of refresh.
That's a little speed bump in the road, but you heard Vivid before the show talk about some of the least amount of finals experience coming into Surge Week. And with the backs up against the wall, Surge doing a ton of damage. Down goes Yuz. It's now up to Chris, and with Costa Lumen in the distance, he has to hear the shield's crap, and he's trying to take advantage of a situation like this, and he does a huge shot from behind. He's able to get that elimination and keep his show on the road, and he's 922 above the damage threshold. That was just a cushion on top.
I mean, looking at these players today, no one is slow. I feel like the nerves that you typically see in a game one of any kind of high-level competition seems to be riddled with nerves from these players. That's just not the case today. We tuned in there just moments ago with Zeus and Costa. 4 eliminations. I mean, what?
Unheard of. Unheard of. But at the same time, sometimes when you have the blueprint, you don't want to stray far away from it. As Vive and Fuse are having a blueprint of their own. Maxo trying to have a second chance at life. He gets knocked down, sent back to the lobby again. Now it's up to Dozier once more as a solo. And Vive and User know this is the time to get aggressive. This is how you get a refresh and eliminate one more team out of the lobby. But they hear the shots coming in from the third party. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, realizing the situation they're in almost perfectly before trying to go at it yet again. A little lapse of judgment, a huge shot going to be traded off. Vive still not wanting to let this one go. This is a huge opportunity for them to get the refresh because he's running out of brick. He has no extra heals, and he's only got 101 effective shield and HP.
Yeah, you know, listen, when Aviv is down, he's never out. Let me tell you this, he's one of those players that just finds success in the most stressful situations. So, don't count this team out quite yet. Despite them struggling a little bit, there's still a long ways to go before you can say they're done.
Heavy and Ritual.
Not too long to go. 188 above the damage threshold. They're right in the zone as well. Ritual is peeking a little bit too much, but they realize 162 they continuously fall. 134. Their job isn't done just yet. The threat of Storm Surge looming in the back of so many players' minds. And that's why you see the conscientious decision to peek in and out of these covers, try to go for that little bit extra as Ritual just trying to give them a little bit more real estate to work with in case it does pull to the Terror side of the zone. They're already high up on the mountain.
Interesting. It's interesting to see all these players stacked up on this one side. It's going to be struggle for them to rotate. But if I was looking at the map, right, before this, and I see all these players all in one spot, I'm thinking, okay, Forecast is treating some people nice, but no, that is not the case. Unfortunately for them, they are going to have to pull max distance away from where they're at right now. So if they don't start moving soon, it's going to be some trouble here.
Now, I like this change up. You got to see when those augments first got released, Forecast was the go-to almost every single time. But as Fortnite introduces more and more ways to play with the augments, you see players really think outside of the box. And a team that has to not only get outside of the box, but get the damage as Boozy and Skulls being a victim of Storm Surge right now. The splash is going to be used, trying to get themselves up, but they know they still need to find the shots. They still need to just land a couple more. 96. Shockwave Hammer being used. They're just going to pounce on the first team that they see as they're getting shot and tagged up through the sky.
Paper and Jamper.
Paper's on the other side, but a huge shot from Jamper to save the day and keep things going for them.
Wow, that was slick there from Jamper. It looked like they were going to have a tough fight here, but fortunately for them, they cleaned it up quick. I told you this. I made this prediction just moments ago. If there's a team that I had to claim was going to take game number 1, it was going to be Paper and Jamper.
Hey, you said it. You put the prediction down. We're all just waiting to see if it's going to come to fruition as Blake and Bizzle on the side, just down on HP. Aaron and Aves right above them, not wanting to let a team like that escape and get things going at a moment's notice, just like Shonye and Polo, 46 above. They're doing just enough, zone after zone, to stay above that threshold while maintaining their rotation. So when this one pulls, whoever does not have the match, you can see towards the left side of that zone, that would have been a nightmare, but so is the top. We're going over a mountain anyway. Even if you didn't buy your ticket, you're still going on this roller coaster.
Hello.
Oh man, it's gonna be an interesting ride here as Polo and Shonye going to look to get that rotate. They got a little bit more material as they prepare to move, but it's gonna take quite a bit to make their way exactly where they need to go. But Nevify is prepared, ready to go with Ritual. Literally, Ritual. I gotta say this, right? Ritual, incredible player. If anybody can set up a nice thing as a solo player, it's going to be him. I've seen him win several solo competitions, and he's looking to do some big things here in these next few moments.
Above. He has 3 health and 50 shield.
He knows best. The Shadow Bomb,
Blake's
the reintroduction
chilling.
of that this season has been huge, and I bet Bizzle
He's
is feeling right at home.
trying to go for a refresh.
Through almost every version, every meta of Fortnite, all the changes, and he's trying to bring Blake along with him in this ride. Both these players
Gotta
have
rotate.
so much experience, especially
If he gets hit, bro, it's
reboot
over.
style round before, so he's going to be the player that Bizzle might be leaning on in a situation like this. You can see that building trying to go up the hill before Wrestler Madness catches up to him. Costa loses Zeus. Everybody flying through the sky. Luckily for Polo and Shonye, they're acting quick with the Shockwave Hammer. So
they have good loot and good health. They're going for a kill. 36 white. They need to get this. Coned. They get him. They kill him. They get all the maps. They need to get out of zone. These are Hammer. Costa solo has good loot.
Trying to go ahead and hide. You see the Bush Warrior beginning to play a role. The minis being popped because he knows he doesn't have time to wait here and regain the shield. He knows his show is on the run, and he has to go ahead and follow it. Go ahead and get into the zone. No builds. Push comes to shove.
Behind. Oh, 1 pump. Oh, Ritual's dead. Costa in zone.
And a huge second chance at life.
A second chance at D, but runs directly into a team. Needs to be careful. Needs to separate.
He pops chugs.
Oh
my. Larson. Yes, sir. Larson's on height. Let's go. I want Larson to win. And he has 9. Oh, 9 chugs, a hammer, and Max. Going up for height is Sinks. Sinks gonna take height from Larson. Larson gonna get it back. Nani is gonna almost go down. Larson's still on height. They get chopped. Larson trying to get height, cracks Blue, but Blue cracks Larson. Blue gets chopped. Blue just has so many heals. Larson goes all the way to low ground, gets full boxed. Somehow gets out, gets in Nanny's box, is gonna chug him with all his chugs. Oh my. How is he still alive, bro? Nosh gonna take down Cooper. Nosh is solo. Nosh is gonna go in zone. He's chilling, has so many, he has good amount of mats. Oh, gets cracked by Larson. Larson just gonna run it. Larson, bro, is just trying to run in. Larson gonna kill Jamper. Trying to kill Paper as well.
to paper, and this is looking like a solo FNCS.
What is
Kills
happening?
Jamper. I'm pretty sure it's all solos.
Dozen, Blake, all solos. left
All
in this game
solos.
here.
Polo on height.
Walk away with it. 5
Trying to
players
kill
remaining.
Larson.
Polo
Larson's just gonna
just
tarp in
pressured
his
down
zone
from
and
above.
just getting
These are the moments right here, Panda.
Blake.
Comes
Fries
down to
has the
this. 5 players
worst
win and you're in.
position
Get this
here.
top spot is Nasen trying to peek. Hold
Trying to
Blake
go
back,
up.
but he has a shockwave
He
hammer
is
and a different
in his
land up
box.
sleeve.
In
Almost
Blue's
gets
box.
the
He's
box on
36
the
health,
Nasen.
6
36
builds and no
HP,
mini.
double shockwave hammers.
No
He has
builds.
Plenty of opportunity, but no builds. He has to really pick and choose
Nosh
his
gonna
battles
try to
as
get in
Nasen
zone. He has
continues to try to stay above
build his
everybody.
2
Looking like
builds
materials
left.
are scarce on these players.
Polo
Scarce indeed as it goes up the
still on
mountain.
height with
This
2
could be
builds,
it.
1
This
build.
could be the last
Gonna get a
moment these
farm.
players remain.
Larson
If he
gonna
can't
go
get
up.
this kill, it is
Larson's
over.
gonna
And
kill
Larson is
Polo.
on top and ready to go. Could
Larson.
he walk away with it?
Larson's
Could be the game.
going
Nasen
to
now has
win.
to challenge high ground, but he has
1v1,
the
Nosh
shockwave
and
hammer.
Larson,
He
2
has the
pros.
HP. The
Oh
shield is what
my.
makes me a little
Two
worried,
of the
but
best
anything
pros.
could happen here as it comes down to
Larson
a 1v1
on height.
situation. Larson trying to hold on to high ground, putting the pressure down, but in comes the fire from below.
54
A huge
crack.
tag from Larson. Nasen won't give up
Larson.
either, but Larson has the advantage.
Solo.
Shockwave hammering up.
Gets
Nasen
chopped,
down,
35.
flying through the sky. Nasen drops
30.
off the low ground. This is Larson's from
Dead.
the taking, and he snatches
Larson
it away and
wins.
advances to the grand finals.
Larson is going to the
What a
finals with a 1
clinic
win.
performed there by Larson.
forgot about that. He
I
wins,
mean,
automatically
literal clinic from the high ground.
Larson's in
Controlled everything
finals.
going
They don't
on,
even have to play
saw the
anymore.
elevation, took the elevation,
Solo
and controlled the
clutch.
game
Oh
from
my.
every step of the way.
That was
Beautiful
wild. He just
performance
went
there.
crazy.
And Nani and Larson are going to
This
the
was
grand
such a
finals.
good
You gotta
play.
think back to those
Wow.
moments where they were challenged and fighting for the high ground. They laid
This was way too
everything
cool. I don't
they
know why
had
he
on the
took him
line.
forever to
And
kill
for
him.
Larson, FNCS Invitational competitor, 6 elims up into the point, getting his
Yeah,
7th.
but they
breaking
got
double
11
digits as a
kills.
duo. This is just
Then
insane. the
Dugan,
type of
Peter,
plays you
yeah,
wanna
they're
see
not in
in
Surge. Surge is for
Listen,
people
I
that didn't
mentioned it
qualify for
early in
grand
this game, right?
finals,
I
so
said,
they're
look,
they're
the
trying to
last
get in
time
grand
Nani and
finals.
Larson was in a reboot situation, Nani went viral for his reaction to his win. I can only imagine what we're about to see here now.
Yeah, it's only kind of a mystery for us right now. We know that it's
Think
Larson.
Clip,
We know
I
that it's
think so.
Nani that got their spot in
Quick
the
played with
finals. You
Donnie.
saw into
Yeah, I
that
don't
top
think he
5.
did Donnie's.
It almost looked like
Pretty
a
sure
solo
Clip's called, yeah.
FNCS. You got to imagine how those players are feeling, but it doesn't matter. because
I'm
what
surprised
matters at the
Larson
end
didn't
is
qual.
who
He's a
is
pro.
top 5 in consistency after
But,
game
yeah,
1.
he
See,
did.
friends, let us know that answer.
So there's
Thank you
5
guys
games.
so much.
Everyone
Game
that
one
wins is
of
going to grand
FNCS
finals, and that's
Surge
like
Week
the
was
top certain amount of teams that
absolutely
didn't
crazy.
win.
Something we've not seen in a very
finals,
long
too.
time. It's all down to solos, baby. But at the end, Larson, Nani. You know what's funny too? Nani in one of the most recent videos we put out was saying like, "Oh, you're gonna see me in grands. No, it's like I'm gonna be there." They made it.
Listen, and just riding Larson all the way to the end here, right? Nani
Larson,
going
bro.
down.
Larson
Jacob
carried
mentioned
Nani.
about solo FNCS question mark, like what's going on over here? But Larson just played
Killed
this way
Scented.
too well, and honestly, this went from a situation where even right now it seems like they're going to win the
Just
game.
sitting
as a
on her,
duo.
just
They have
spraying
the
at
higher ground, but
everybody.
quickly
That
got
was so.
contested for it. But
This
it didn't
was
matter. At the end of the
scary
day,
for
Larson took it
Larson.
back
I'm
to the
surprised he
solo
won.
and ended up getting that spot in grand finals.
He
But
had
Larson
no
just did
match
such an
in
excellent
that. He
job
killed
at
Jamper.
maintaining ideal positioning to continuously
That-
challenge
oh,
on that high
that's where
ground,
he got all
because
his
even
matches
if he
from
didn't
Jamper.
necessarily maintain control of it,
Kills
it's the
Polo
fact
on
that he
height.
was pressuring the other duo that
This was
trying to
wild.
stay
Oh,
on top,
on
and those
blue.
refreshes as well could not have come at a more pivotal
Man,
moment for
one
him.
this
The
is
fact
this was
is,
just
he
was over
kind
right
of
there.
squeezed Nasen into a
knew
bit of
he
a
was
choke point, and there's really nothing left to be done. He's got the elevation to his favor. He could pretty much do everything that he wanted to at the end.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was the 1v1 that actually won the game, got the victory out. But that quickly, like right before that, where he took out Polo,
This
that was the
isn't
one that gave him
with
high ground. I think that's gave him the
top 5
advantage over the rest
advance
of
to
the lobby for sure.
finals, and if
Yeah,
you
and a
win,
key
you
note
go to
here, we will
finals
not
too.
be seeing Nani
So
or
you can't see
They're
Larson.
going to grand finals. That's it. They
So
do not have to
Polo
play
and
the next 4
Shonyan
games.
first,
Now we have to turn
Flo
our
and
attention to this
Nasha
top
in
5 once
second,
again.
Blue and
The duos
Sinks
that
in
end in
third,
top
Blake
5
and
will
Bizzle
also
in
go to grand
fourth,
finals
5th
happening next
is
week.
Jamper and
Look at this.
Paper,
2 of
6th
the duos we
Costa,
talked about at the beginning, right? Blake, Bizzle, we got to talk to Blake.
Zeus,
They're
Aaron
focused.
in
Jamper,
7th.
Paper, another
with
duo we have
Naive.
eyes on, currently sitting just inside that top 5.
Sure.
There it is. Listen, we talked about it, right? They're back
We're
to their
back to-
setups, right? Back to
Out of the
being
bathroom.
comfortable. They have that
Mine's
relationship,
just
That friendship is now built up to that boot camp. And I mentioned, I was like, listen, maybe that's all they needed, right? Go back to those comfortable setups. And I think they're going to do well in Surge Week. And right now, top 5 is a good place to be sitting for them.
Especially given the fact that their drop spot being contested in Surge Week, Solitary Shrines. I think that they've done a great job at actually moving into the late game because that was something that I think they definitely struggled with in week 1 of the finals that they competed in. But I do want to see this consistency just continue to hold up for them. And this is definitely a duo where if we're talking about Victory Royales or just placing in off consistency, top 5 is exactly where they want to be. And it's an area that I know that they can definitely uphold.
Yeah, 100%. And one of the things that's looking good for them right now, right? We see so many souls alive in the end game, but them actually being one of the duos that are alive is looking good for the rest of the games, right? Because they have now proven that they can make it to these end games as a duo, whereas some of these other duos, they're just making it as solos, which is why we saw that game kind of fold out like that. So if they can continue to, 1, win off that all spawn, and then 2, make it to the end game as a duo, I think they're top 5 at the end of the day for sure.
Absolutely. Really quickly, I do want to focus in on that #1 spot. Right now, this duo actually had high ground going into those final zones, but then it kind of was just taken away.
And for Polo and Shanye, they've definitely, I think, had the right idea with looking for the high ground initially. It's just keep an eye on those builds. That's been the main issue that I think we're seeing in game #1. We saw those resources running a little bit low, but Polo, exactly, he still did a great job, though, of trying to push through it, despite the fact that he ran out of resources at the end there. I think it's just about keeping pace with how many mats you're actually expending throughout maintaining that high ground.
Yeah, I love it. Right, Polo, right there. Trying to farm the tree, get those materials back up, and then he's like, oh, well, I'm looking this way. Shockwave Hammer coming from that way, and ends up getting taken out as a result of that. So be careful when you're farming those trees in the end game.
Yeah, again, we get it, right? It's very chaotic. This is Surge Week. Anything can and anything will happen, but to your point, right, you have to kind of know, if I want to compete with some of the best, I also have to know how to kind of hang on to my materials and utilize them efficiently.
Yeah, 100%. I want to hit home on the fact that you said, oh, chaotic, right? I think at the top shot I was like, listen, I'm going to be looking up and see who's tight. Well, really, it was like up, down, up, down, up, down, right? So I'm expecting we'll see that tenfold as the games continue.
And again, I think it's kind of just a testimony to the fact that in Surge Week lobby, it just seems as though there's really no establishment yet for who's actually taking control of the high ground. It's kind of just up for grabs.
Yeah, and really quickly, I did want to touch on the duos there in 4th and 5th, right? Blake, Bizzle, Jamper, Paper, they won off spawn game 1.
Yeah.
Can they continue this momentum?
Well, that's the crazy thing, right? Blake, we talked to him at the top shot, right? We had the interview. He was like, listen, we're going to go for high ground. They didn't do that. We're going to go for the Victory Royale. They didn't do that, right? So I think like everything just fell into their pocket when it comes to that game right there. So maybe now, like if things start to switch up, they start to win more all spawns than they necessarily expected, they could just start playing for that consistency factor.
We'd love to see it. Well, we only have 4 more games left to go here in Surge Week as far as NA East is concerned. But guess what? Games are ready to go. And so are we. And we hope you are as well. So let's throw it back into the capable hands of our casters for game #2.
This is going to be a great opportunity for so many teams and players to realize what they did right or wrong in that first game and figure out a way to mimic it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially with Nani and Larssen out. Will somebody take over their POI? Will they try to mimic some of the success that Larssen found in that end game? Well, it's almost time here, folks. We will find out now as we prepare to crown another person that advancement achievement onto the grand finals.
Yeah, and the beauty of the whole thing here in Surge Week, because we saw that first team already punch their ticket to the grand finals, and then we saw the lay of the land on that leaderboard at the end of the day. But if a team in first, if a team in second going into that final 5th game ends up with that Victory Royale, it just pushes everybody up, and somebody's going to get that free spot into the grand final. Game #2 is ready, Panda. Let's get this one going.
Let's get this party started. Game #2 is here, and we're going to be landing, it looks like, with a little contestation. You already know it, folks. The name of the game is these contested POIs, and we love to start landing at one of them right now here. Breakwater Bay.
Oh, he hits a thunder off spawn. Push everybody.
Came out, I was landing here non-stop, so it makes sense that Bobby and his teammate are hanging out.
But back to where we started in that game #1. Blake and Bizzle contested versus Visuals and
Blake,
Scope, and both these teams kind of have a
Braxton,
little bit
Bizzle
of a
and Blake
split up from
always
one
get
another, but Blake
contested
having
by
that Shockwave hammer
Scope
early on
and
could be a perfect
Visuals.
moment for them to
We
try
got
to
a
pounce
hammer.
on the separated
pushing
Visuals. That
Visuals.
looks like exactly what they're going to do. They're trying to take advantage of
Cracked.
timing,
Box.
boxes him up,
Oh
denies him,
my
and ends
goodness,
it.
he
And
is
already,
like the
game
wall,
after
bro.
game, the man that said, hey, we might not win off consistency, does it again.
I mean, look, the game plan and strategy here from Bizzle and Blake
Scope
is
and Visual.
perfect. You catch
Hello?
one off guard, and you play close together so that they can't do the same to you. I mean, it's literally flawless, and that's why both Scoped and Visual are down and out here in game number 2.
Hey, he got a second chance here, a great start, and that's what we're talking about, the beauty of Surge Week. 2 different ways to punch your ticket to Grands. And right now, even though he said he wasn't going to go through consistency, Blake and Biz are looking like they're playing to both of those ways in. As Polo and Shonye, we've seen them go very, very far in that last game, 80 points. And you can look at the start of this one, even though they're separated, Shockwave Hammer, plenty of shields to work with. Right now, they're just matting up and getting themselves ready for the end game. And you can see they're just now on the edge of zone, which is right above them, which means they have all that real estate to the south to work with.
So much space, and the zone is in their favor. So there is no pressure on their shoulders here in the beginning. But we got to take a quick look here at what is happening over at the tower. Beautiful shots onto Jamper. Jamper exchanges here. Paper gonna go down 1v1, and Kaze actually walks away with the elim onto Jamper.
Wow, that is a way to build your self-confidence and to build momentum. Not only taking down a big name, but in a 1v2 fashion. Both of those players got to be living on a high right now as Tenley and Trentman trying to make up for lost time. Going down rather early in that game number 1, but Nerf falling down, taking too much damage, eliminates himself essentially. Tenley's going to take advantage, but that turns this one all the way around, leaving his teammate in a 1v2 situation off spawn.
This is a tough spot for his teammate to be in. You see Meatball there just on the back foot, going to try to separate himself away from this area. He needs to though, but not before taking a few shots there onto Tenley. Caused a little bit of damage, but looking at that inventory, it don't matter. He's got so many heals to work with, so they can sit here and take these shots all day.
And you saw Afro in the distance, ready to get his own tags when it comes to Storm Surge, Flowin, and Nasen. Another team making it to the very end.
You're being super
This is
annoying
exactly
right
what
now.
you got to do in a lot of these scenarios. You can't let any of the nerves, any of the pressure of a lobby like this get to you. Because at the end of the day, you got to add on to the fact that as soon as you get that victory royale, that's one less team to deal with in that lobby. So you gotta
See,
realize
go
how to take
away.
production as well. Some of these teams that might not be having the best showing off spawn.
I hate you, dude. Go
Switch up
away.
their draw spot at a
Let me
moment's
get some
notice for something
time
that
by
might be
myself.
uncontested.
Watch where I sent you and I'll leave.
Oh, hey.
Uncontested.
Where's my phone?
I mean, listen.
You better
that doesn't
leave.
seem to be the story we've seen so far. As Costa and Zeus, they had 4 eliminations pretty early last game, but starting a little bit slower here in game number 2, looking to connect with Glace there, just trying to get into the box, trying to play this as effectively as he can. And Glace not taking any chances, says, you know what? I don't want any part of this. I'm getting out.
Yeah, Costa running out of mats and resources. Can't really
You
do
just
it.
had me a
Really going to chase him
capybara
off with
jumping in water.
What a switch up from an
Let
uncontested
me-
drop to one of the most contested ones on the map. And then
You
you
just
see
jump.
Lawrence
Okay, you said
moving
if
in
you
the
if I
distance.
watch you leave. Now leave.
Everybody really trying to
I'll watch
have
Outer Banks
their
with
game,
you.
have their day, but a huge shot.
I
Taking a huge
I
amount
love
of
you
damage.
when
That's Young Monk and
you're not
George trying to
annoying.
go ahead and break into the box, but
I'll watch
Shockwave Hammer
Outer
sending
Banks
him
with you.
sideways. A little get out of jail free card if you can use
Goodness,
it properly.
golly.
And a huge opportunity to try to get yourself back into the game, but Glace goes down altogether.
turned
That's
it down.
Tetro who finds a free elimination flying through the sky.
I mean, wow, what shot there from Young
And-
Monk. Gonna connect some big
and be
things,
a Young
but you know
Monk.
what? It wasn't enough for him to push.
Young
He
Monk and
realizes
George.
quickly that there are 2 teams here, and he cannot overextend because he'll be out quite quickly.
Going for
Yeah,
Costa and
especially
Zeus.
Realize the situation, getting the damage. You gotta realize that's a victory in its own mind. One less team to deal with.
Is
in the
Bucky
lobby.
dead again?
So
I don't
you're
know.
one step
He might
closer
be.
to that
be
final end game.
surprised.
And as this one does progress, a southern zone means so many teams are going to begin to rotate into
Man,
this position.
wait
So for
a
the teams that
second.
actually
I'm
landed
gonna
towards
dog
faulty
out of here.
splits, you have to be starting thinking about what is next. One, it starts getting a little contested and congested on this side of the map as Costa and Zeus still hunting for their resources. Plenty of mats, plenty of loot to kind of pick up on this side of the map still, but you got to be careful because there's still so many players sneaking around, waiting for you to forget that they're there.
Waiting games have been a pretty consistent thing we've seen here through these first 2 games, and this is not going to change here anytime soon. Tossa just hanging out. Good play there with the cow catcher. Remember, you throw that down, immediately breaks whatever builds are in front of it. So definitely wise for them to do. Unfortunately, not going to be able to collect on that.
Brixton, bro, you better stay for the whole stream. We gotta see who calls. We gotta see if Bucky or Bizzle or Blake can call.
And you kind of hear the Falcon scouts going off as well, kind of shutting down any sneak attempts coming through. Spotting out where these players are positioned as Ocus and Noxy trying to claim the capture point,
George,
get themselves
Young
more loot,
Monk,
get themselves
Zeus.
information to work with. Figure out, is this something they want to contest? Do they want to continue to go
See
forward?
if Bucky's
kind of
alive
back
or
up,
dead.
play that longer game. Talk
Hope
about
he's
the
alive.
North
He's
Zone
playing with
being the
Lawrence.
congested part of the
Lawrence
map.
is gonna
Sooner or later,
carry
that's
him.
going to go ahead and reach in towards Faulty. And that's why you see players like George, players like Young Monk, disengaging from a lot of these fights and trying to farm up. They know timing is of the essence, and it's not on your side if you keep fighting.
It's
Palbot
not, but
with
looking at
Cranky.
Palbot, Mythic Munition. Can
That
we
is
talk
Mythic
about this for a
Pistol.
second here,
Talk
Jacob?
about it.
This new augment to the game has been a game changer, man. You patched, or you part this with some other augments, and you might be doing some serious damage. I mean, look, Palbot understands the value of what he's got here, which is why he is comfortable playing in Storm a little bit and going for this fight. And you see Tenley, Trentman, they actually just got the point. That means Palbot and Cranky are marked. So if they want to continue this game on, they need to get away from this area.
And you got to feel for that third party on the left of Lonely Labs, trying to sneak up.
Pal and
Probably
Cranky.
get some surge tags of his
Palbot
own, but you
and
talked about them getting marked. He
Cranky.
kind of got marked as well as Palbot and Cranky, trying to continue their rotation. We talked about a full pull on the zone. If you don't
Nosh
get
and
going
Flo.
quick and it pulls one more time towards the south,
Big
that's gonna be a nightmare
competitors.
that I don't want to
Yeah,
face.
one of them has
as
the hammer.
Flo and Nasen doesn't have to
does
face that
Nas-
same
does
nightmare because
Nash
they
have a
prepared up
hammer?
to this point. Kelly, how is their preparation led up to this side?
Does Nas have a
Well,
hammer?
we already saw a great performance from them last game, getting that second place, and they seem to be having a great start in this game
What is
as
this
well.
replay?
And
Oh,
that's
I
due
was
to their
playing?
augment aerialist. With that split drop, they tend to have a little less loot, but the aerialist allows them to be able to rotate far away and use that mobility that
Bro's
they
explaining
need to have
aerialist. Calm
to
down.
get all the loot that they need. Back to you guys.
I'm gonna be honest,
Shinx
Aerialist
and
is
Blue.
probably my favorite
These guys were
movement this
a lot
season. I know
alive
of
for a
people
while. They're in
lean
third.
towards the hammer, but the hammers are pretty tough to find. It's not
No team
guaranteed
secured
at any of
a
these drops
victory
here
on any
as you play. So as far as
No one's
augments
won
go,
without a hammer.
Aerialist
Well,
is
yeah, if they
definitely,
eventually
in the
you're
A
gonna get a
category,
hammer
maybe even
if
the
you
S
just stay
category
alive.
for me. But for players like Stinks and Blue, they may prioritize some other things.
No
What I
one's
like
not
about
gonna
the
pick up a
aerialist,
hammer.
when we're thinking about
Gary
Surge
and
Week and kind of pairing them
Gary and
together,
Sen.
that could be a team that we really see threaten for the high ground.
Sen
Use a
Riley.
little bit of mats and resources and bait somebody up because they could just abandon that right away and use their areas to get
Why does
out.
Gary look
And
like
Sen and
Webster?
Gary trying to go ahead and position themselves towards the slower side of zone. We talked about it pulling to the south. It's pulled towards the east as well. So that's where they're
Snakes,
going to see the
Redux,
least amount of
Eternal
congestion.
Fight.
That's even if they want it, because you know Storm Surge is going to be a huge factor in this game as Snake and Redux. We saw them in game one prepare for Storm Surge. Did they prepare enough here as you see them stacked up in a position?
Ooh,
where not
big
only their
fight.
team
Big
is right
shot.
above
Miss,
them,
they
but
both
there's still
miss.
3 more, even a 4 towards the bottom in the distance.
Shots looming in. I gotta say, look, these teams are spending an awful lot of time on the outside of zone for my comfort. I mean, you gotta start moving here at some point,
Skizzy.
and I think Skizzy and Cyrex gonna be one of those teams to do it. But before they do, they want to make sure they get those much-needed surge tags, and honestly, smart position for them to do it. They realize there's going to be several teams here on the outskirts of zone, everybody rotating in from the storm. They're going to take advantage of any players that are close, because guess what? High ground, even in the early game, is a huge advantage to have.
Through the early game, mid game, end game, if that high ground that terrorizes anybody below is not necessarily prepared as Young Monk and George. You can see they already got that one elimination. but you saw how dangerous Storm Surge was before. We've seen 2 eliminations on players. We've seen 3 eliminations on players, and they're still below the damage threshold. And so you could see them just preparing, getting the resources, the hard match, the brick, and the metal, because they know if they become the focus of the lobby, they need something tough to defend themselves.
What can defend? I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. There's been some items added this season that honestly I expected more usage, and we haven't seen it. One of those things is the Guardian Shield, and you're talking about playing defensively. That bad boy is so nice to have. You throw it down, you can protect yourself from being focused across the lobby and so on. But no, Costa actually going to take quite a bit of damage. Tetra going to clean it up there with Zoxy, and man, that is a loss here.
That's just an unfortunate series of events. Costa trying to scavenge, sneak around, and he doesn't even look towards his left. That was a surprise attack as Fred trying to go ahead and surprise Plurem and Bobby.
Trying to get Bobby. Bobby's gonna get out. They're above. Crazy and Fred are above, but they're 11. Oh, they get Bobby down. Bobby goes down.
Not only going to be secured, but it's going to be grabbed and snatched up as 2 more players are beginning to go ahead and close the distance. That's
Shore and Zypha.
Fredbot versus Zypha and Shore. They all know each other's here, so it's about paying attention to where that rotation is going to come through at.
It definitely is, but if anybody knows how to rotate here from a situation like this, it is Zypha. Zypha, veteran pro player, been around for quite some time. One of those people that truly understands the game on such a high level. That's why we consistently see his name in Surge Weeks or in finals. He is one of those players that just makes
beamed.
it to these
Oh, he's a
high
gold
level
thunder.
events, but lots of shots raining in, lots of pressure coming in, so who knows if they're going to be able to get into the zone.
Yep, you see Naves just boxing up on the Bush Warrior Augment, playing a role, only popping 1 mini, just a little bit of a cushion just in case the pressure kept gumming, but he realized the shots had stopped, so he's kind of letting the Augment do its work before it begins to peak yet again. 160 above the damage threshold for him and Aaron. The only worry is trying to reunite, get together again, so they can finish this game as a duo. We talked about early on the zone continuing to move towards the south, continuing to move towards the east. It almost looks like only 2 teams are in the zone, a 3rd player of a 3rd team. Everybody's going to have to pick and choose this rotation perfectly because everything's going to be laid on the line next.
I mean, looking at the way these players are fighting, this is one crazy lobby. The pressure coming in from every single angle. Doesn't matter if you're in zone, out of zone. If you're a player that's played forever or not, you are not safe here because the fighters are out and they are looking to collect on any eliminations that they can find along the way.
Ooh, Nash has 2 chucks and a hammer.
Right next to Mikey and Smack.
And they're
only
40 above.
One of the most sought after rotation spots right here for anybody else trying to find their spot in zone high up on the mountain. They might try to use that elevation to their advantage, use the cover, go directly next to it so that way they don't get tagged up from above. But everybody trying to find that sweet spot in zone is going to have to look to either go through them or somewhere else altogether. There's Narwhal and Nexi might be one of those teams, 187 above the damage threshold, but you could look at their inventory right now. They've been sent through the ringer and back, but this is how players get tested. This is how players build that confidence game after game.
That's wild.
Confidence. That's a powerful word here, but Bucky losing some
Bucky's dead. Lawrence kills Nosh. Nosh on flow.
Lawrence on the back foot is going to need to use these heals quickly.
Bucky, they're going to trade Raz.
Going to exchange. Super smart play from both teams.
This is such a win for Flow, bro. Nosh is so much better than Bucky.
Yeah, and it looks like the double res is going to come off, and if only a V
it's over.
used,
Bucky and Lawrence are dead. So dead. So dead.
Or potentially
that was the
exchange
worst exchange I've
ever seen,
bro.
As more and more players begin to come in from the north side, it's going to make it too congested, too stacked. They're looking to kind of rotate sooner rather
Lawrence
than later.
should not have done that. He should just won that fight.
Get ready for what's to come because as soon as they launch themselves to the sky, the shots are going to come in.
I hate Bucky's dance. Bucky A313.
It was a smart play for them to move. But because they were the first players to hammer, you immediately saw everybody open up at it and look. That is a dangerous
they're doing
play
a jellyfish thing
in a situation like this. You have to be cautious because that hammer is loud. So if you're the first one to rotate when there's not a lot else going on, the focus.
Oh, we haven't seen Oliver, OG, and Jeff.
Got double user
They're in
duo.
15th. They have no
Parallel
points. It was just their first
Oliver
game.
and Jeff. This is one of the duo. I love watching Oliver OG compete. Meeting him in person was just a blessing.
I'm so confused. Why do they have 0 points? Or did they die like
qualify
right
to
away?
grand finals along with Ace and Jeff? Can they get there? That's going to be the big thing. They have chemistry, but they need to be able to pull it together in terms of consistency or just getting that victory royale at the end of the day. And you got to imagine with not a lot of rotation on Oliver, just one shadow bomb to work with, the pressure coming in from the distance, they are going to be tested.
The mind of Oliver OG is a unique one. He is such a talented player, and honestly, he can position his team correctly. When they are in sync, him and Jeff, anything is possible. Just like Cranky and Palbot here, anything is possible. Unfortunately,
Palbot and Cranky,
Pal doesn't feel eliminations,
Pal's
but lacking in the material
Pal's
category. That
really
mythic
is kinda
pistol
wild.
has been put to work, and now he's added that Thunder shotgun. Man, this lobby needs to start looking out.
You can only imagine Bucky and Lawrence probably still fishing for jellyfish, but the jelly angle or augment. If they leave any behind, that's going to be a huge amount of loot for somebody to get, but still another Eastern moving zone
Smack
for the
and
teams that thought
Mikey,
they were
two
comfortable on
good
the south
players.
side. They thought
I think
it
that
couldn't
all
move
spawned in
anymore.
this game.
It's going to force them to rotate yet again. Mikey and Smack, they don't got much to move through. That's where they're going to pick and choose, probably rotate towards that last moment. When push comes to shove, they can stagger themselves, get there with the shockwave hammer
Mats
at
are
the end of the
very
game.
mid.
Anybody's going to contest them, try to stop them. As Bizzle and Blake, we saw them kind of win off spawns rather easily against Scope and Visuals. 297 above the damage threshold. Whether if it's a victory royale or consistency, they're looking strong game after game.
Yeah, their game plan is solid as a rock, and that's why we see them moving their way up potentially to the first spot on the leaderboard. A lot of the top 5 teams that we saw coming into this game are out. Only a few left here as we see Blake and Bizzle, one of them. Can they remain, though? That's the question. As players like Redux and Snake look to get away with it. They want to win.
Splitting.
They don't want to let Blake and Bizzle do well. They don't want to let
Holy,
Noggin
they're
and his
so
teammate find
much
success.
above.
No, they
They
want to
only
be
have
the
one
ones
kill.
that are going to the grand finals.
Yeah, hopefully
They
everybody's
got a lot of
preparing
tags,
accordingly.
bro.
If you look at the zone right now,
47
you got
people.
a river right
Yes.
in the middle. 2 different elevations on either
Cooper,
side. If you don't have a
Bloom, Bad
shockwave hammer,
Bloom.
if you don't have any sort of rotation, you better hope that you have resources and mats, because
Shores.
it is going to get tough moving from point A to point B at a moment's notice. With so many other players being able to gatekeep and hold you out. So this next zone where it pulls 50-50, and you can see it pulling again towards
good,
that
Quasi.
northeastern portion of the map. Only 3 teams safe at the moment. This is what I came to see in Surge Week.
We're watching FNCS,
I'm gonna
bro.
be honest. I'm looking at this map and I'm thinking.
Ooh, yeah.
No one
Whoa, he
has
has
that
good
forecast
move.
augment. Listen, there is not a.
If he
there's
gets
what,
a
one
better
person, 2
shot, if he
people
gets a better
right
shotgun,
there
he's
in the zone, so players are gonna start
stacked.
moving here shortly. And with the way that
Lawrence
these
and
elevations
Bucky
kind
are
of
in
slip
late
down
game.
into the water, they're gonna have to be super careful. The fights are on here in the final
Oliver
moments as
OG,
Oliver OG and Jeff just hold on
Jeff.
by a string.
Yep, using the last of their heroes. They
200
have to go in.
below.
It's
They
now
need
or never.
anything
This is the
possible.
moment I
Oliver
came to
OG.
see, and that's
They're
not
both
what
gonna go
you wanted or
down.
expected to happen as Tetra and Epoxy taking huge advantage. That's a huge boost of
Tetra,
confidence for them as well.
Epoxy.
They got the refresh. It wasn't a ton, right? But at this stage in the game,
Gonna
towards
hammer
moving
them.
zones, anything is better than nothing.
Going
And
to
they
right
immediately try
towards
to shockwave
Nash
hammer
and
and get
Flow.
there first. As the zone moves uphill, you don't want to be the
Box
last
over
team standing
600
behind.
above.
You definitely don't, but I gotta say
There's
this,
6
Tetro and
kills.
Zoxy going to play as a confident
And 8.
duo. 6 eliminations shows me that it doesn't matter who pops in their box, whether it's Oliver OG and Jeff or Blake and Bizzle,
XP.
they're ready to fight.
Ready to fight anybody that crossed their paths, but
Yeah,
what I like
good
about that
match,
as well
at least.
is they know when to pick and
Tetra
choose said
goes.
battles. That looks like George ends up in the wrong box trying to make a move. Tetra almost landing a huge shot, but you can see him picking and choosing what we were just talking about, using the brain instead of the
all
brawn,
looking for
trying to
tags.
keep himself safe for these
Aaron's
later
still
zones.
alive.
Mikey's going to go
Bucky and-
down. He's going to get knocked.
Bucky
Smack's
and
going to have
Lawrence
to
still
work hard to really
alive.
save the day.
Is
Set and
Lawrence
Gary
still?
have the high ground for now.
Gary
And I say
and
for now,
Sen
because it's only 5th zone. We haven't even started moving yet.
still
And you know how
have the high
destructive
ground.
those shockwave hammers could be to high ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. If you're trying to take high ground before probably 8th zone, you're not holding it. I mean, the shockwave hammers have changed the way high ground is played, and only a few teams have really found out how to play it. But one
Oh
of those teams is
my,
still in
wait,
this
I did not
lobby.
think
It
they were
is Bizzle
actually
and
like
Blake.
height,
This duo
but they're like
knows how to
very
play
high up.
any
compared
kind of
to anyone
situation that we've
else.
seen here in Chapter 4.
Yeah, and they found that elimination on to Smack, bringing their total of 3. Since the beginning of the game to now, you gotta imagine, at the very minimum, staying above that Storm Surge threshold, only having to worry about rotation after rotation. Once Mars begins to pull, you can see they're immediately trying to stay towards the front side. That way they can stagger themselves back, build themselves a little bit of a cushion, and kind of do what they want because they have the Shockwave Hammers to do it yet again. Tetra and Epoxy following close behind, but just a layer above. You can't get congested this stage of the game with everybody going down at a moment's notice.
It is all down to this here. Tetro, Zoxy, Epoxy going to do what they can to stay alive here as players like Seek and Cooper. We talked about it in the pre-show there, and our beautiful analyst broke it down exactly how it should. This duo is a force to be reckoned with, and considering they are still alive in this lobby, anything goes.
Yep, Tetra and Epoxy have high ground for now, putting some shots. You got Sobzy going down, Crisp as well. Tetra and Epoxy trying to build up and put the pressure down, but only so much you can do with a red eye. But they have the high ground. That's going to be the important part. Waiting for where that next zone is going to pull. You see a couple players getting knocked as well. As Epoxy and Tetra doing what they can, but they see where zone's going to go. Right? They can stagger themselves back, let another team build up, and try to steal away. As Nair and Naves, they have the low ground, trying to look back, take a team out. They're not going to land the shots that they wanted, but they realize that backside of zone is all theirs.
Wow, looking at how congested this is, this in-game is going to be a tough one for the players that remain. But big shot comes in for Aaron, cleans it up here with his duo, Nave, and they are still in this. Shockwave Hammer comes out, and now they are ahead of zone. This is a great lane for them to be in, but they should not be spending this much time in Storm.
Yeah, luckily for him, though, he does have that med mist in his back pocket, ready to heal. If he could just find a moment to stabilize, he's going to need Flow to make that happen. Just like Nasen just going to the front side of zone, leading the charge, trying to go ahead and make the edit happen. Meanwhile, high ground's being fought for. It was Rhythms for a moment, but his zone continues to run. He has now have to challenge Tetra for it if he does want it. Not built to work when he goes down. He lost his teammate early on. They're going to have to try again in game 3.
Look, I told you. I literally said it moments ago. If it's not zone 8, don't go for height. You can't do it.
Don't have any mats at all. Just trying to do anything. Blake and Bizzle.
Still in it. 3 eliminations here on the board.
Aaron gonna take down Chris. Now you're gonna take down Gary. Aaron gonna take down Noxie. Cooper gonna take down User.
All that matters. You just need
a chance gonna take down
given to Blake and
Cooper.
Bizzle, and they will walk away with it.
Frankie gonna take down Naive.
Needs that
Cooper
same
gonna take down
chance.
User.
Losing Cooper along the way. Knows one player's behind him. That's Crank. He tries to get the shot before the Shockwave Hammer comes to fruition. Not gonna peek. Opportunity goes out the window, but it's Blake on high ground. Bizzle gets eliminated. Blake,
Bizzle's gone. Blake gonna fall all the way down. Has no mask. Has a hammer. He needs to hammer. He needs to hammer.
He cannot take a tick of damage.
He needs to hammer. He doesn't realize that guy's under him. There's a guy under him. He doesn't know. He got a kill.
He's gonna go and take the bait. Almost gets Shockwave out of his zone.
Ocus.
I don't know how he's surviving. He's living on a prayer.
Living on a prayer, but he is
Blake gonna go down to Nav. Ocus. Solo. Noxie's dead. No mats. Ocus on alternate logo. I'm gonna go to Yuz. Yuz gonna die. And then Ocus gonna die to Aaron. Yuz gonna take down Tetro.
Epoxy is going to be one of the last solos in the game.
Epoxy going to take down Nave. Epoxy, Nash, and Flow on height. Can they finish it off?
Is going to ensue. He gets denied in his first opportunity.
Can Epoxy 2v1? 30 goes all the way down. Cracked. It's over.
But it's not enough. With 5 eliminations, Nasen and Flow just booked their
Nasen
ticket
and
to Grand.
Going to Grand.
Yes,
finals.
Now because they booked their ticket to the grand finals, and what a way
So far, Larson. Who's that?
Good luck picking and choosing.
Who is Larson's
teammate? When is that
teammate?
perfect moment to go for the high ground?
What's stupid? Who is Larson's teammate?
Everything will come crumbling down.
No, I'm actually so dumb. Who is Larson's teammate? Larson won the first game, and he qualified for finals now, but I don't know. He had to go to team.
Like I said, man, you just can't take height too early, and Nasen understood that. That's why you see them hold it down. 2 hammers in the inventory, and they finish it strong.
You can see the celebration. The job is done. He's realizing everything that's just happened. He has a chance to call himself an FNCS Major 1 champion that he has to battle through next week. We got 2 winners after
Okay, guys,
2
I'm
games
gonna go
that are
bathroom.
probably living on a high at this point.
Honestly, if I'm
Come on,
Nossen
come
or
on.
Flo, I'm
Turn
calling
up.
mom. I'm being like, look, mom,
I am
I booked
so-
my way to
You don't
grand
hear
finals, baby. I'm
when
going
I
for
go
that
for
big
this
money
tomorrow.
because that was a great way
Yeah,
to finish it.
listen
And
to
what a
Fortnite talk.
deserving team.
Yeah,
Don't
couldn't
leave
think of
stream,
anybody
guys.
else
Do not leave
through
stream.
that different
Okay.
stages of the game that fought tooth and nail to earn that shot. And that's what everybody else is going to be fighting for, who is still playing for that leaderboard spot. Zeke and friends, who are those players?
We got you covered, Jacob PR. Thank you so much for casting the first 2 games. We got, of course, 3 more to go. But hey, for Nas and for Flo, they were going with it. Going to Flo, get it? I don't know what I'm just making the dad jokes today. I don't know what's going on. I'm excited about Surge Week. But once again, congratulations to the duo. What's crazy, these guys actually came in, because remember, top 5 will go through. They came in second place, decided, you know what? We don't need top 5. Let's get a VR.
I mean, listen, VRs are the name of the game today, right? But I mean, Nossen just showing consistency along with that, getting second place in that first game, following it up very, very quickly with a victory royale in game number 2. And honestly, that game right there was a little bit more duos focused, right? We had 3 duos in the end right there, but Nossen and Flo were just in a much better situation. As soon as they realized that it was a 2v1 situation, immediately took the high ground. I mean, look at the maps. There's no way there was any chance this solo clutch was going to happen here, and they just cleaned it up. Very, very well job done by them.
Hey, if at first you don't succeed, well, normally it's try and try again, but in their instance,
Try
it was
one
only
more
try
time.
one
Yeah.
more time. But I think it's also kind of a shout out to a little bit of that mental fortitude as well, because it's not easy when you come in second place for game number 1 to then have a repeat performance and actually get a VR outright. I think it's definitely a clear indicator. This is a team that's definitely going to be fun to follow along with in grand finals.
Yeah, and I like that point too, kind of that follow-up, right? Because once again, we talk about momentum. You got to start strong to try and make that top 5. But again, if you just get a victory out back-to-back, that is where you want to be. We take a look at our new top 5. Blake Bizzle, they're moving on up in the world.
I don't even know how you come into like Surge Week, right? And you're like, listen, we're going to go for the VR. We're going to go for high ground. And then just like, well, actually, we did see Blake up on the high ground, but he was as a solo. They're just consistently making the end game right now. And shout out to them all, Spawn, because right now their strategy is way better. They're getting priority over those Oathbound chests when it comes to visuals and scope. And, you know, this game, we saw it very, very early on. They just straight up use those shockwave hammers to take the fight to them and clean them up very, very early on. So 2-0 for them off spawn, and they're doing a great job leading into the end game because of that.
And granted, it was a little bit unfortunate that Blake did end up losing Bizzle later on, but I think he still did a great job of maintaining that solo clutch opportunity in order to be able to maintain them in the top 5 of the leaderboards. And again, like you just said, Vivid, even though they're looking for the Victory Royale to send them through immediately, they could still take placing off of consistency.
They're just so good, right? They can do it both. They can look for something else and then still do good at something else. So they just got it all.
That's why we were focused on them, right? Another duo we talked about at the very beginning, Seek and Cooper, currently sitting in that third place spot, right? Just so this is why we're like following these specific duos, right? They're just so dang good.
Yeah, listen, I'm impressed, right? Because I mentioned it, a lot of their Storm Surge strategies when it came to those weekly finals appearances was just based off of all spawn confrontation, but they don't necessarily have that today. But they've still done a good job of making these end games and getting into that top 5 today.
Hey, the name change says it all here. Seeku for Shores. It is obvious how much confidence this duo has, I think, landing at Slappy Shores at Southside. And just the fact that they clearly do know how to move through those late game aspects. But I think especially given the fact that they're uncontested now, they're still not having any sort of struggles in terms of managing their surge throughout. So I think that this is a duo that they're probably just going to keep overtaking on Slappy Shores.
Yeah, and really quickly, I actually want to touch on a POI. We watched Nani and Larson win game 1, which meant they now opened up that POI. Because remember, they don't have to play any more games. They're already in grand finals, which actually opened up another duo an opportunity to land in their POI.
Yeah, it's going to be Oliver and Jeff, right? They were contested in game number 1, but because, as Zeke mentioned, Larson and Smite, they won game number 1, right? Well, they're out of the competition. They're going straight in the grand final. So wherever they are landed now is open up. So if we take a look at Oliver and Jeff's game number 2, where they landed, they just went ahead and stole that drop spot from them, and now they're landing there and they're uncontested, which was very beneficial coming into this game.
Yeah, as soon as Nani and Larson moved out of Meadow Mansion, we just see Oliver and Jeff immediately move right into that vacancy. But one thing to keep note of is that even though they managed to have a slightly better go in game number 2 because they were eliminated as the third duo in the first match, they play slightly better in game 2, but at the same time, they definitely struggle with Surge. So being uncontested, I like the fact that they're prioritizing resources now, but they also need to make sure that they're maintaining their Surge management as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, switching your drop spot up is very, very tough. So I'm sure as these games go on, we'll actually just see them continuously place higher and higher because they'll get more used to it. But that's the name of the game, right? Every single time a team gets that VR, they're out of the competition. So as these games go on, all of those spots are going to keep opening up, and the lobby itself is just going to keep changing.
Adaptability. That is what Fortnite competitive is all about. Being able to identify in the moment. This is something that could lead us to grand finals. And for some of these duos, they're capitalizing on those things, right? With only a handful of games left to go. You guys have eyes on maybe something specific we should be looking forward to?
Who's going to take over Nasen and Flo's, job spot, right? Who's going to land there now? We'll have to see.
Maybe a little bit of third time's the charm instance for Blake and Bizzle here. I'm kind of seeing the Victor Royale, maybe.
3-0 would be a tough one for Visuals and Scope to come back from.
We'll have to see, but guess what? We don't have to wait any longer because game number 3 is ready to go. So let's jump right back into the action here in Surge Week.
It is time here. Game number 3. Two teams have booked their ticket to the finals. Those grand finals. But 3 more opportunities remain.
Yeah.
Will we see one of those teams we expect to move, like Paper Jamper, Bizzle Blake, or will we see a new team come in and steal one of those VRs and one of those places in grand finals away? I'm excited. It is almost time. Game 3, here we go.
And the interesting thing is that we kind of progress throughout the day, and we see our top 5 on the leaderboard, right? Top 5 also earns you that spot in the grand finals. But if any of those players get the Victor Royale, that opens up a spot, and game number 3 is ready. And we've seen how a lot of these teams get proactive right out of the gate. You have a good early game that leads to a good mid game that leads to the best potential to take it all in the end.
Yeah, so much potential on this map yet to see. Now look, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're looking at these teams landing at Breakwater Bay yet again. Neither of them found the success they were looking for, right? We watched them in game number 2 off spawn. While they didn't fight necessarily off the rip, neither of them, unfortunately, were able to use this POI to do the big things that they wanted to do. But one of those early fights that we did tune in looks to be changing now. Bizzle does pick up scopes, but both Blake and Bizzle struggling with health. Not too much on them as they get ready to take this fight with Visuals.
Just dissecting this duo game after game. This is a little bit of a nightmare going down right before our very eyes for Scoped and Visuals. He needs to wake up from this dream, and he doesn't let that happen. Blake and Bizzle are just on a roll, on another level coming into Surge Week. And that's the thing, Blake, a top competitor. We've already seen him at the top of the leaderboard before. Bizzle, I mean, what can be said about that man that hasn't been said a million times already? We know what they can do. Can they solidify it within the next couple of games? Aaron and Naves, 132 points, jumping up so many spots after that last game. You gotta have that feeling of confidence, like, hey, even if we don't get that Victory Royale, we're still gonna qualify through consistency.
And you gotta respect it, right? Like, these players, especially the ones we're seeing in the top 5 right now, while they are playing for the VR, they're finding success in that consistency. So, listen, if I'm Aaron and Dave and I get the VR, great. But I know I'm at the top of the leaderboard, so I'm just going to be paying very, very close there on that. But that off-spawn engagement with Bizzle and Blake and Paper and Jamper, these two continue to surprise us here. Will Jamper hold on to it, though? Losing a teammate is no easy task, especially with Drizzle there in the distance. You see the exchange come through, and Drizzle cleans it up again. Unfortunate there for Jamper and Paper.
Bro, I'm taking him to play darts with me. I'm surprised they haven't won already. A bullseye, 170, quickly switches to his tactical pistol and just finishes the job. They get their Storm Surge early because you got to remember Jamper and Paper, or at least Jamper, was shielded up. So that is at least maybe 200 to 300 Storm Surge to start the game off. So now they can focus on their rotations, getting to as close to the center of zone as possible. And you got to realize, what did that do to their augment choices? Because they're able to rotate quickly, they may be able to bypass going for something like Forecast, which you keep mentioning.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like we haven't seen teams utilize forecast. So with those new augments and changes to that augment as well, I feel like a lot of players are prioritizing other things, especially with the Mythic Munition, Pistol Amp, and so many other incredible augments in the game. It's tough to kind of choose which one you're going to use.
Hopefully this time around, Nerf can choose to play a little safer. We saw him go down to himself, fall damage, and that was Trentman and Tenley's revenge after game number 1. At the end of the day, you can see they're still trying to go for that capture point, and it does look like their duo that ran away, Meatball and Nerf, are just kind of going to give it up, realizing, hey, if they capture this point, they're going to spot us out anyway, so might as well keep it going. And you can see that team towards the south, Panda. They're probably just waiting for this battle to break out, go for surge tags, and as soon as they see nothing, they're probably just going to keep their rotations going as well.
I believe that team is Palbot and his duo. I think they continue to play this edge, look for the shots on the Tenley where they can, and try to play from there. But, I mean, honestly, smart play on their part. Cooper, though. Smart play indeed. Look, honestly, if you're seeking Cooper, you don't want to spend time in Slappy Shores. I'm going to be real with you. You want to loot up, get out, and keep going. And fortunately for them, they were able to do that. But unfortunately, if you look at that map, there's another team looming in their rotation path. And sure enough, Seek identifies and gets some shots off and is going to continue moving forward.
You say unfortunate. They say fortunate enough. I'm going to get my serves one way or another. As Seek and Cooper biding their time, playing patient. They're already in zone. They have plenty of metal because they landed towards Slappy Shores. And so the opportunity is theirs. You can see him with a slap barrel, just kind of getting as much HP and shield as possible. Popping the big pot. And now he has a little bit extra rotation underneath his belt.
Seek's name is Seek Cooper Shores.
Jylix using him as well. 2v1 situation for both of these duos if they want to stay in that position. And it doesn't look like Jylix does.
No, just Cooper.
He's moving though. Moving towards the zone, or staying in the zone rather.
I was dead, bro. You're selling.
Faulty splits. While you can split it, there's a lot of teams in this area, so you need to be super careful, especially when you're down a teammate, and that's what we see coming from Jylix as players like
Mason Aim. Is that you?
Join the fold. They have the high ground position here on the hill. They're just waiting for players like Costa or Mason to just expose themselves just for a moment so they can strike when the iron is hot.
Ooh, Falcon Scout ruining every plan that anybody can have at hiding. As you see Costa getting spotted out. Sees Mason close in the distance. Quick piece control, quick edit. To try to fire the shot, not gonna get landed. Even Costa fighting for more, gonna trade shot. His shield go more. The bait and switch comes through.
Nice kill, Quasi.
Played to perfection by Glaze Mason. If you need a lesson on how to bait and switch to make sure you both stay healthy, make sure you clip that one.
Yeah, I gotta see it from Mason's angle, because look at how slippery he was. Jumps forward, slides up the ramp, takes the elimination, and cleans that up quite nicely. And all while using the Slurp Juice. I feel like we haven't talked about this enough. That Slurp Juice coming back into the game has been a huge addition here this season.
Yeah, I think you don't see it too much because of the chug splashes, the chili chug splashes. Instant heals will always be just a little bit better, but in moments like this, or even on rotation, if I see one laying on the ground, I'm going to pop it even if I am full health, because if I do get tagged up along the way, it's going to regenerate as I reach my final destination, as Woozy and Scold trying to get as much shields and HP as possible. And you can see those extra splashes. They're just going to try to use them up so that way he can get the weapons back in his inventory. Blake and Bizzle looming in the distance. That's not a team that I want to face on their hot streak so far.
Forest.
Speaking of teams potentially on a hot streak, 60%. Is Palbot and his duo here in Cranky. Ether, Cranky. Looking at the way that they are set up quite nicely, finding themselves in the top 5 here in consistency. This is a team we have to pay closer attention to. I feel like we talked about them a little bit in the beginning, but realistically, they're not getting the love they need, because that is a duo to be reckoned with.
This is, talk about duos not to be reckoned with. Seek and Cooper. We've seen so many duos set themselves up for a great game, and they have great loot, but Kelly, how are these players getting such fantastic loot?
Thank you so much, Jacob. Kelly Link back here again, everyone. With Chapter 4, we've seen a lot of new things, a new map, new weapons, new augments, and also a new mechanic to the game, claiming POIs, which we are seeing Cooper doing right here, right now, as well as now doing Tinley is doing the same thing. By claiming these POIs, they not only get much needed weapons, but also heals and a little bit of awareness, seeing if there's anyone else around
There's
them
so
on the map.
many people
Back
in
to you
this
guys.
tournament I've never heard of in my whole life.
Great usage
I've
of the
never
POI.
heard of
Listen,
Polo or
the
Shiny.
players that identify and understand how to use their POI
But
to their
they're
advantage
apparently
and in the
good.
best way are the ones that are going to succeed. So honestly, we have to pay close attention to whether or not they will be able to, despite them being heavily contested in the area of the northern map. As we've seen, they definitely could be a duo to watch, but a duo that we definitely need to pay close attention to. It is Polo and Sean Yi. They have been doing big things here since game 1. They find themselves in sixth going into this game, so not necessarily into the top 5, but right outside. That means they are still contenders left in this game.
Hey, if they finish game number 5 in 6th place, and anybody in the top 5 win that final game, that earns them a spot into the finals. We've seen it in seasons past. And one of the more prominent names as well that's already got their position in the grand finals. Pamsu and Fats did that exact same thing. They got the qualification because another team won that victory at the end of the day as Sinks and Blue. Huge tags on some players into the distance. You can see the Pilly's plunder in his inventory. And Kelly broke it down. One way to get loops through the capture points. Well, guess what?
I already have a
Peely's
duo.
plunder
He's
is
probably
another
better
way.
than you. He's
Yeah,
on
I'm gonna be
controller
honest,
as well.
man, that Peely's plunder, it's probably one of the
He's on
few
Xbox.
excuses I'll allow for them to be in
He's
store.
better than you. He's almost
that
better than
thing
you.
is powerful, and when you open it and you get 2 legendary
only
Thunder
one
shotguns,
of you.
there's honestly not many other better feelings here when it comes to Fortnite, because that thing is beautiful to have. But looking at inventories that aren't necessarily as beautiful to have is FaZe Bizzle. And
You're not
Blake
better than
Bizzle
me.
struggling here a bit. Does
Unless
have
you're
that Excalibur
Bandits.
rifle. Beautiful addition to the game, might I add. But not a lot else going on in the inventory. So he is going to need either a refresh or find some additional loot here on his way in.
Yeah, for a lot of the teams, the zone, a little bit off center, but as close to the center as it could be without actually being there. So it's going to be interesting to see what the slow side ends up being, where that next one is going to pull, as Noxie and Okus trying to stand miles above everybody else, getting Surge in their back pocket so they don't have to worry about it later in the game. And then you can see, without a Shockwave Hammer or any sort of movement on Noxie's inventory, they're right next to that zip line. They can go ahead and grab onto it and try to get out if push comes to shove, and their backs are up against the wall. Just like Trepman and Tenley, all the way from Lonely Labs, making a massive rotation over. And with that med miss, they're going to be able to get right back on up to shape as soon as they find their position in zone.
Dang, there's
Yeah,
a
this
lot of
is going to be a
teams
tough
with
rotate here from Slabby Shores. A lot of distance needs to be covered here. As
Three
these
or
players
four.
start moving, you see there's going to be a lot of contestation here on the edges. So for the players that still need to rotate in a little bit late, they're going to have to make some things happen. But Redux's Snake, they understand this. They're getting away from the edge. But as they get away, they begin fighting here. It does look like another team just not going to let them survive, not going to let them
Redux
have the
Snake.
easy rotation away
Trying
as
to
they
get a
just
kill.
begin this fight,
You know,
though.
there's
So many other
300
players
above.
are
Still
looking, and
on
this
it.
is dangerous.
There's still
This is the
81
last thing
people
either
left.
duo wants to see. They cannot afford to spend too much time on this fight, or else all other teams in the area or rotating forward will start pressuring them from around.
Yeah, but Snake and Redux might not have a choice. Fredbot and Craze are down on Surge. They're going to have to go in and be proactive, a little bit aggressive on top of that to try to get the damage that they need. So this is going to be a huge moment for Redux and Snake, who have everything, including the Surge. They just need to be able to get out alive, reposition if push comes to shove. But right now, it looks like they're going to try to hold on. Piece control in a moment like this is going to be important, and Fredbot only has less than a minute to get the damage. He goes from underneath, Shockwave his way up. They end up in the same box, but a huge shot's going to be fired back. Fred has to rethink his situation. He needs a little help. He needs somebody to alleviate some of that pressure, as Redux is under that same amount, and Snake is the one to save the day.
Desperation sometimes is the strongest motivator, and when you find yourself in a situation like this, you put it all on the line. Redux and Snake, though, holding on, still alive in it. We saw another team now getting involved here. So many players here in the vicinity. It is not comfortable. These players are not feeling good about this moment, because look at the resources they are having to use just to survive.
Yep. And that's that team to the north. The third party being annoying. Fredbot knows the job's not done just yet. Snake taking a huge amount of damage. Third parties are galore. So much destruction. Fredbot bobbing and weaving in and out of these covers, trying to stay alive. Danger Hero playing a huge role, but down goes Fredbot. Redux trying to get out alive as well. Snake, he's trying to survive. Just a sliver of HP, but he finally gets knocked as well. 1v1 situation. And this is exactly what happens. You might be up on Surge, but it doesn't matter if a team is down and low and below and has no other choice but to try to get into the box to try to get their own amount of Surge. And I gotta think Redux and Snake might have been better off just shockwaving to a new position.
Yeah, it definitely would have been the play, but it's too late now here as 3 teams battle it out here on the outskirts. And honestly, there's not too much, in my opinion, to battle it out for. You see, Cyrus has 223 damage above that threshold, meaning that they don't have to worry about Surge. It's not even about that for them. It's more about getting those eliminations. And sure enough, they clean up one.
That's what Storm Surge does to you. Whether you're above or below, you have to play a certain way. Otherwise, things like that will end up happening. Left, right, and center. Aaron and Naves. 132 points game after game. Consistency is key, and you notice very, very early on they don't have a single elimination, but they're not worrying about Surge. They're playing a little bit passive, that collected gameplay in order to get up to this point. And you can see them continuing their rotation. And you saw the elimination feed light up before, 251 above. The perfect edit coming out from Illis, and Slacks just taking shot after shot. Teamwork really making the dream work to keep their game alive.
I mean, honestly, when you do see Slacks and Illis' name in the elimination feed, it's usually not on the losing side. They're walking away with those beautiful elimination points more often than not here, and they're looking to add 2 more as the Poxy and Tetro look to be on the receiving end of the pressure that Slacks and Illis look to pursue.
You can see them picking and choosing. They got a huge amount of damage, but they go ahead and position themselves a little bit low to the ground, saying another team can finish that off. As long as they get eliminated at the end of the day, the Poxy is down. That's going to be Shore and Zypha picking up the elimination, picking up the loot, and adding to their Storm Surge totals. You see 317 quickly falling just a little bit below. So it's always going to be something that's on the back of some of these teams' mind. A zone continues to close. 40 seconds. We're going to see where this next pull is going to be. For some of these teams, man, after that last game, you might have to second guess that forecast augment and might pick it up.
Yeah, you will definitely second guess it, but looking at Palbot here with Cranky below the Surge, this is not where they want to find themselves. Even though now they're 35 above, that's still not enough. You need to make sure you're putting in more damage. And remember, we talked about it early on before game 1 really started. And that is, a lot of these teams that are here in Surge Week are teams that struggle to find a pattern in getting that Surge damage early. So, some teams have fixed that issue, but others still struggling with it just a bit.
No, literally, like, no maps.
Losing Freeze,
Barely
22
any
above.
maps. Trying to make some
No
magic
feeling of
happen.
comfortability. Spots Aaron and Names on the other side of that one. Barely being able to escape,
kills
and ends up in
Rexo.
somebody else's box.
Gets his
Finds a
finish.
huge gift. Taking
He
out
is
Rexo,
very low.
getting
He
the
needs to get
siphon,
out right
getting the
now.
resources that are much needed. Is there any heals there? Turns around, finds just a few minis that he could possibly use. 72 HP. That'll definitely be enough to put him at least over 100 effective shields and HP if he can find a way to stabilize himself in this position. But so much pressure from all angles, he finally goes down.
Yeah, Kix getting that elimination there, and honestly, it was played very, very well. You saw Kix just kind of waiting for the last moment to get that, and unfortunately, after getting that, does end up going down. So still unfortunate there for them, but fortunate for players like Aviv and User who are still in this, still looking to make something of their game. And if there's any game to do it, that loadout says it's this one.
You can see with 4 eliminations on them
20
already.
and Rhythm gonna go
Finding
down.
so much loot left behind. Scavenging 70 points up to this point. They're setting themselves up for a possible huge pop-off game to where even if you don't get the victory round, you jump up so far up the leaderboards.
Second behind Aaron.
But for a team that just needs to stay consistent through and through and has been on the precipice of winning each and every game up until this point is Blake and Bizzle. 2 eliminations. Those are the same ones right out the gate. Just getting Surge tags along the way. They know they just need to make it to the end game, and those opportunities will naturally present themselves.
Yuz, my
Asian
man.
Jeff and Oliver
Are you a
OG
solo? Okay, I was
still
about to say, if you're solo again, I don't know what's going on. We got to adjust the game plan. But fortunately, Chris still in this here. And honestly, Yuz is one of those underrated players we've seen on NA. He continually shows up in these high-pressure situations, but not enough people give him the credit he truly deserves. So, hey, listen, Jacob Panda here, we're giving him that credit.
He deserves that credit at the end of the day, but at the same time, it doesn't matter what you deserve. It matters what you take away at the end of the day. And for them, they got to take away that victory royale to really prove to everybody else, because even though we're believers, there's still an opportunity right before us. With 16 below the damage threshold, though, they got to pick and choose. Are you going to try to out-heal it, get your spot in zone, let a couple other players go down, or are you going to try to get Surge? And they're separated yet again. Yuz staggering himself towards the backside. He has to get in before it's too late.
Yeah, they need to start moving. So many teams now finding themselves outside of where they need to be. But Seek, Cooper are set up nicely. They're not quite in zone yet, but this is the perfect spot to be in. You still have an angle to catch any of these other teams that need to rotate, and you're close enough to where when you decide to rotate, there's not too much resistance you're going to face. So great positioning here for them. And now we wait as the final zones present themselves here, Jacob. It's about to be a crazy ride.
Just moments ago, me and Veer trying to peek. They were down below the threshold. And as soon as they peek, they got lit up like the 4th of July. Shonye and Polo trying to grab as much scraps, as much loot as possible. Doesn't get his hands on the Shockwave Hammer. Choosing what looks like to keep the Shadow Bomb intact, and that could be used there for a moment, but second guess, realize the Shockwave Hammer and the recharges that it gains is that much better, and they instantly try to get out of that tough position as Crisp and Nebify have to think of something to dig deep, some sort of trick underneath their sleeve, because not only do they not have very many heals, they're 143 above the damage threshold outside of zone.
Yeah, that is a tough spot to find themselves in here as Bucky going down there in the elimination feed. Crisp and Yuz holding on here. No shield left and not too much material to work with. They need something. They need the refresh. They need to jump in and get involved here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Big shot comes through. Crisp taking quite a bit of damage, and it unfortunately is Aviv on the other side of that wall, and that just makes that fight that much tougher as he is one incredible talent.
Huge decision here. Go for a little bit of that high ground, slowly build themselves in. They have enough ammunition to put the pressure down, try to take some tags in the distance, but the lack of actual heals means if this one comes crumbling down, they might not survive that fall damage, but only time will tell. But a team that is just so far out, way ahead of everybody else, not going through that same chaos, Noxy and Ocus, but without the Shockwave Hammer, it makes me wondering how are they going to get to point A to point B without wasting what little resources they actually have.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I met Ocus at an event last year, and this man has the heart of a lion and the mind of a pro. This guy knows exactly how to handle these final zones, and I suspect we're about to see a clinic performed by this man.
I like this Oliver OG and Jeff yet again. Oliver has some of the most patience I've ever seen in a player. He's persistent to make it to the top. Content creator, turned professional gamer, really trying to earn his right in the FNCS Major 1 Grand Finals lobby. Call himself one of the best in the region, but just barely below the damage threshold, along with Bizzle, who seemed to have lost Blake along the way. 38 is not much, but for some, it might be too much to overcome as he continuously on the run. Aerialist out, that perfect movement that you're talking about, getting him to the front side of zone.
Hey, listen, when you don't have a hammer, that's the next best thing here. Aerialist is so undervalued, and that is exactly why Bizzle using that clearly to get in. He notices, though, you see that zip line there? That could cause some serious issues for the team above. All it takes is him zipping up and dropping that team down. But speaking of teams that aren't dropped down and smacked, and Mikey taking the high ground. But, in my opinion, still a little too early.
Yeah, they have to be conscientious how many builds they actually use in this position. Shockwave into the front side of zone, trying to reconnect, hold on to what's theirs as Users and Aviv are towards that middle layer. So much pressure going on around. They're just trying to bypass all of it, get themselves to the front side of zone, staggering only when have to, playing peekaboo with a couple of players, not finding anything, but they have to continue on. Just like Snake losing his teammate, it's all up to him to pick up these valuable points.
Look, Snake, we've tuned in with him a few times. He's able to pick up eliminations. He's able to survive. But will it be that story yet again here as Bizzle, another survivor here, just looming, staying in it, staying away from any kind of trials or tribulation. I mean, look, he is just moving forward despite not having too much to work with now. He just needs to build and stay alive.
He knows his
After
builds are scarce. You
FNCS,
see
I'll
him
play with you.
matching his gameplay to only spend so much, but a huge find from
FNCS
Nazi.
ends at
That's a
8:30.
refresh that did definitely make sure he outlasts everybody else a little bit more. But high ground goes to somebody else. Nounsy and Knifer. This could be their chance to
Nounsy
take
and
home the
Knifer.
top spot, qualify themselves into
seen
grand
them in the
finals.
last
But you
two
got
games.
Nerve
They just
and
ran
Nazi on the other
nowhere.
side. Names and
Right.
Aaron as well. So much madness going down below. And the zone begins to pull back. They're going to be able to recycle a lot of these builds. Knifer and Nounsy could take the game.
This is huge here for Nounsy and Knifer. Look at the distance they also have off height. That is enough to avoid taking a ton of extra damage from the hammer. So they need to be careful, but they need to stay on it. Now, looking though, you see Aaron picking up Jeff there, taking him out, sending him back to the lobby, but losing his teammate in the process. So he needs to make something huge happen here in these next few moments.
User and Aviv staying to the front side of zone. They have a chance to kind of recycle and try to cut everybody else off. They have to go to that natural cover of the bowling alley towards quality splits as Gold fires down from above. Huge opportunity to get that right refresh and that siphon and even more points to his total, but tries to Shockwave Hammer his opponent out before exiting himself, trying to think outside of the box, turns to try to finish what he started, but he goes down altogether, leaving everything up to Aviv in this situation, and he finds elimination after elimination, bringing their total to 10 as a team.
My man is on one right now. He's holding it down here. Hammer plays coming through. You see, like I talked about just a moment ago, the hammer, even though it is great, it's not enough to delodge Nounsy and Knifer there from the high ground. So they can be able to hold it from comfort as Mason Aim and Glaze just try to take the fight down below.
Only two duos remain in this game. Mason and Glaze are one of them on the low ground in the dirt, trying to stay above everybody else. As Nounsy finds another one onto Aviv. Aaron's by himself as well, trying to outlast the pressure. Not too many builds to work with, but he found just enough time to try to stabilize himself. As Scotty Dank do the same thing. He tries to shockwave up and out, but he gets taken out altogether. Another huge find from Nounsy, who is still controlling the high ground. This is a 2v1 situation.
What a way to finish this game. Nounsy and Knifer on height. Aaron going to play for it. You see the Shockwave Hammer come up. It's not going to be enough though. He's going to try and break it out yet again. You see them moments away from victory, but will they be able to hold it? There's so much going on down below. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, they're causing so much chaos. That Excalibur rifle this late into the game is just bursting through everybody's builds, but Knifer and Nounsy have run out in the final moments. The 2v2 situation. Mason and Glaze have ultimate low ground. Shockwave Hammer's trying to play a role. Glaze goes up. He gets tagged as well. Nounsy bouncing in and out of the covers. Down goes Knifer from high ground to nothing. Mason and Glaze commit highway robbery and steal the game.
Wow. That was not what I expected, Jacob.
Quasi,
what
you
a turn of
won!
events to finish game number 3.
Like thieves in the night, ultimate low ground, staying
Mason
ahead of
Aim and
everybody
Glaze came
else,
into this game
forcing them to the low ground. They were out of mats. They were out of
top
resources.
5 to qual.
That
If
is
you
what
win a
you
game, you
call a
automatically
miracle
qual.
moment that they won't forget.
They are not going to forget that here as they book their tickets to the grand finals.
That
Only
play
2
by
spots
Glaze.
remain, and Glaze and Mason get theirs.
That was actually a great chance from Nounsy. He had that 0 chance augment, gives him the 0-point ability when he cracks the shields. He got bounced out of zone, took the shield down of another player, tried to 0-point his way back in, but it just wasn't enough. You got to imagine what they're feeling right now on the side of Glaze and Mason to pull off such a huge feat.
I mean, look, 3 games down, 2 games to go. This is it. This is the final moment for these Surge Week players to make something of their week and make their way to the grand finals. Who's going to book that ticket or who's going to go home, Jacob? I don't know.
I mean, we've already seen 3 of the toughest names punch their ticket directly to Grands. We saw a couple of our top competitors that were top on that leaderboard go down rather early in that last game. So the leaderboard is definitely in shambles. Luckily, we have Zeke and the analyst to break it all down and let us know where everything lands.
Thank you guys so much. These first 3 games have been next level. I'm telling you, this is why we love Surge Week. From left everyone solos to duos to plays to this right here, those final moments of the last game. Mwah, chef kiss.
Zeke, I need us to get a check on what game mode we were playing, right? Because first game, it was like solos, right? Second one, we had a little bit more normal stuff going on, some duos live. But right here, I mean, it was seemingly as if we had a trio, actually. Aaron left it as a solo right here alongside Mason and Glaze. They just kept allowing him to hammer up against Knifer and Nounsy, and their materials were just deleted. They found that refresh on the low ground, and then because them leaving Aaron actually up to continuously hammer that high ground out, they had more mats, and right there at the end there, they just played it a little bit better. They had more materials and played it so well, hit their shots, and that's the main reason why they went ahead and clutched that up.
Look, Shockwave hammers are phenomenal. They can definitely change up who has control over the high ground, but it's also knowing when to actually utilize those charges in the Shockwave hammer. And that was definitely something that I think we really saw them take full advantage of. And unfortunately, I would say as far as playing height is concerned, sometimes the higher you climb, the harder you fall.
Yeah, it's tough.
Absolutely. We do want to take a look at this top 5. Take a look. Aviv now looking to jump up and say hello, top 5. It is us. Let us on in, as the casters called out. Aviv was just on something else.
Listen, eliminations were the name of the game here for this though, and it's great to see, right, finding their form. I mean, look at this loadout. If I were to load into a Fortnite game and you asked me, hey, Vivid, like, what do you want? Yeah, I'll take a Gold Thunder, I'll take a Shockwave Hammer, some Chug Splashes to boot as well, but this though just found so much Storm Surge and all these eliminations coming from range as well, hitting their shots there with that red eye.
Had a full recipe for success. Unfortunately for Aviv, losing his duo a little bit later on is probably the only reason why we didn't see him find more success with as many resources as he actually had available. But again, that's where a lot of the chaos just comes into play. And also keep in mind, Aviv, User, they are actually the team competing here that's had the highest placement throughout weekly finals. I mean, a 3rd place finish, see them now, here again, 3rd place. Can they maintain it though? That'll be the real question.
Absolutely. Guess what, everybody, we have a very special interview with a community member coming in who's gonna give us his thoughts, none other than Squatting Dog. What is going on, man? It is great to see you. How you doing?
What's up, everybody? I'm so stoked to be here with you guys on Surge Week, and I got a quick question for you, Zeke. I'm sure those that are watching are very curious. Are you actually on a literal FNCS spaceship? Because that set looks amazing.
Well, you know, with us, we have to do it big.
Competition's out of this world, so, you know, we got to be in it.
Basically, yeah, there. Well, hey, man, we just want to ask you a couple questions. First off, obviously, you are one of the best to do it. How are you enjoying the action here on Surge Week? It is insane.
It's insane. It's insane. Surge Week, there's a lot of pressure involved, right? And there's so many outstanding gamers, and it's amazing to see them all clash on this stage for us and chat, while I just sit back and daydream about holding the Axe of Champions. I just wish I could have that one day. You know what I'm saying?
Me too. I'm there with you.
I think that's all of us. But are there any duos in particular or a specific duo that you've actually got your eyes on for Surge Week?
Yeah, if we're talking about players and not the already amazing duo that is Jacob and Panda for power casting this grand finals, I would have to say probably Okis or Noxy. I think they deserve being there. And then also Visuals and Scoped, I think are two teams that I just feel like really deserve being in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time. Where can the fans at home, where can they find you?
Oh, man, you can find me on anything. It's called The Squatting Dog or Squatting Dog. If you look for me anywhere, we also have a podcast called the Invaulted Podcast. So if you want to check that out, we interview a lot of people like Booga, Typical Gamer, Cypher PK, Ninja, all those guys. So feel free to check me out there as well.
Well, hey, we appreciate your time. We'll catch you later. Thank you so much, Squatting Dog. Man, I love him. I've known him for, again, I feel like I just know all these people. I've been around way too long. You know, I just like, you get to say hello to everybody at all the things, all the time. It's amazing.
Okay,
again,
Boomer.
Squatting Dog. All right, anyway, you know what, we're done here. I just want more games. Let's just get it back into it. That's right, game time. 2 games left. Victory Royale, top 5. Let's find out who makes it.
What?
With only 2 games left. 2 direct chances to go directly to grands. Everything else left up to that consistency leaderboard. If the pressure wasn't felt before, it's definitely felt now.
I mean, look, if you haven't been consistent up to this point, it's only the VRs. So that means there's only 2 more chances left here as game number 4 commences now.
You can see everybody
Super nice.
trying to figure out, is this the moment? Do I continue?
There you go. Now you can hear me better.
Up until this point. go to the drop spot. But with 3 Victory Royales so far on the day, 3 spots have opened up. And for some of these competitors, that might be looking like the change up that's needed. For others, you don't want to change up what's working so far up until this point. Illis and Slacks having what seems like all the frenzy fields to themselves. They're going to get themselves a great spot. But speaking of change-ups, Scoped and Visuals have ran away from Blake and Bizzle, giving themselves a better shot in this game.
So smart for them to do. We talked about this moments ago. If you haven't been consistent, you need the win. And this team realizes it, so they're going for it. Finding a new spot to land at here at Anvil Square. This could be a totally different story for Visuals and Scope.
They have 0 points because they've died off spawn every game.
Once they're able to get things going. So without a single point to their name so far, you got to imagine in the next 2 games, it's Victory Royale or nothing, or maybe having 2 of the most massive pop-off games of your life while getting 2nd place. The choice is still definitely up to them. I would lean for the first of the 2, as Scoped and Visuals getting much more loot, much better chance here right out of the gates as that brutal Bastion POI that's nearby. Paper and Jamper turning things around, this time getting that first one onto Drizzle. And this is going to be their next chance as well to get back into this.
The redemption story being told here by Paper and Jamper is going to be huge. But also huge is Cut and Drizzo, a collegiate duo for the ages. This team has, honestly, we haven't got to watch them too much, but they did phenomenal. Let's break this down here real quick.
Okay, that first shot landed almost perfectly before he got the wall up to defend himself. 2v1 to try to put the pressure in. Oh, I gotta give him credit. I gotta give Mexo credit though. He immediately tried to peek as soon as his teammate pounced down on the other side. But from almost getting the Victory Royale to Knifer getting knocked early, now he has nowhere to go but to get the res right back on up. Meanwhile, Neverfied Ritual with low HP have the choice. Do I heal up myself or try to take advantage of the 2v1 situation?
I mean, look, 1 HP in a dream, you're going to have to do something, right? You got to start moving. You got to find heals where you can. And fortunately for Ritual, he is going to find a med kit there, get back up into fighting shape, at least against this team, because Nounsy and Knifer are not looking healthy either.
Luckily for them, everybody's disengaged up to this point. The massive elevation differential at the Citadel is going to allow them to survive, and you can see them immediately going for that capture point. When we talk about loot that it gives you, it's not only going to pack a punch in terms of the weapons, it's going to give you some heals to work with to try to put yourself in a little bit of better shape, just like the Viven user trying to do the same thing over towards Brutal Bastion. But the thing for them, there's one duo nearby, so as soon as the capture point comes through, they're going to go ahead and get all that information. And anybody
you remember Jonathan Plays?
Look,
yeah, he's hosting customs.
The capture point is something in the beginning of this season we did not see utilized to its full effect. So it's good to see here in Surge Week that these players have identified exactly how valuable it is, and they start using it. Because, like Kelly mentioned just a few games ago, not only are you getting items, but you're also marking all the other chests and players in the POI, which that information is so huge when you're trying to move fast.
And
all
if
that
it's
information
trios,
is vital,
Brixton, you can play.
especially that early in the game.
I'm playing with Mason. If it's duos, I'm playing with Mason instead of you, Brixton, because I haven't played with Mason.
Sword shatters slabs, but this time around it looks like they're gonna try to disengage, play for the long game, get as much loot as they can, try to mat up, get their resources. They're almost uncontested on this side of the map, so it's not gonna be too much of a worry for them. And this game, just like some of the others, we got a little bit of a south pull when it comes to the zone, but this time it is going to be on the western side, so they're definitely setting themselves up for later on in the game as Tenley and Tretman going for the capture point. Nerf and Meatball there to try to kind of contest them, but 2 more players right behind. That's Cranky, that's Palbot, that's 2 players you know all too well.
I'm gonna put trios.
Oh my, what is going on?
Yeah, after this I'm gonna play with you. I'm talking about later
in
tonight,
like 11. They have found themselves the victors. So it looks like this is gonna continue here as these 4 teams battle it out on the north side of the map.
Yeah, you even have a team coming in from a little bit of south of Loning Labs. You said there's 4 teams total, -1, as it looks like a disengage is going to come through. We talked about the south zone. They want to set themselves up, get just enough tags, focus on the rotation thereafter. For Cranky and Palbot, you can kind of look at their inventory. They got a ton of metal to work with right out of the gates, refarming some of the brick that they're using. So they too just don't want to get caught in a situation that's not favorable for them, especially when there's not much there for them to gather.
Look, this is an interesting disengage in my opinion, because they're taking this low ground angle. To me, I understand that they realize that there's going to be more cover down here, but honestly, you open yourself up to some of these teams that they'll be looking for shots, and they might just land them if you're not careful.
Ocus and Noxy trying to go through, move through Frenzy Fields. It wasn't overly contested in the beginning of the game, but since it is in zone, almost in the center, a little bit off center, because they have a lot of players rotating through, and as we join in, he's somehow, some way found elimination onto Drizzo. You can see Freeze trying to hold his covers, let him stabilize himself in the position, trying to get his shields back up with that slap juice. Leave and cut down low on the low ground with not much to work with, and the decision is now, do I go ahead and try to disengage? How do I disengage? And he doesn't even know that the nightmare of a third-party team is rolling in, but a huge shot's gonna be fired back. Freeze is gonna be backed up. Second guess what he's gonna do. Maybe not overpeak next time.
Cut.
I'm gonna be honest here.
Let him
Cut
cook.
as a solo player, still
Gonna
very dangerous.
try
He's a
to
collegiate
drop
cup
one
solo
down.
champion.
Gonna take a little bit of damage. Gonna try to get a shot on keys. Can't make it happen.
Lots of damage
Doesn't
put
have a
out.
big
Well,
pot.
not taking too much for
And
himself. This fight,
has a good amount
though,
of
taking
mats.
a lot longer than it needs to. He needs to make something happen quick. He needs to continue to move back. Two
This
players
is a shot. He's
pushing
going
forward.
down,
Touches
and
on the
he's
back
gonna
foot. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything as Keys
ran
and
over.
Freeze walk away with the duo elims.
But you can see that's Pure and Plague crouching, trying to minimize the
Pure
amount
and
of
Plague
audio
have
in the
0
position
points.
that they give up, trying to get a
Shoot,
flank.
Freeze,
That's 72
Keys.
damage straight from Plague. He knows that zone is
Haven't
continuously
seen
pulling
Pure
towards the
and
south
Plague
side,
this whole
but he knows
time.
that rotation is imminent, and he's immediately trying to do just that, letting his opponent kind of go free. But we talked about
Full
that first
box.
elimination that
Keys
Keys
is
and
full
Freeze
box,
were
didn't
able
get the
to
kill,
grab onto
though.
Drizzo, is they were able to just box him up. He was just out of position, away
He
from his
was full
teammate.
box,
And you
and he
can't
still
do
got
that
the
in a
kill,
lobby
and
like
then
this.
they just finish it off.
No, you cannot, and that's exactly what'll happen if you do. You have to play together. You
Second
have to play
blue, not
consistent.
doing
And
horrible.
unfortunate for Cut there.
But I
Just
did
wasn't
the
able to do it.
best.
But Keys,
Oh, we're
his
in
duo,
there at
man,
11.
you saw how they
Gotta
played
get
as a
top
team,
5 to qual.
and they played that
Or
very,
just win a
very
game,
well.
then you
Right
automatically
there in the
qual.
beginning of the fight, to mark that, they were a little bit split, taking a lot more damage than they should have against a solo player. But they regrouped, played it as a team, walked in, and walked away with that elim.
That's what you have to do. In a lot of these different scenarios, timing is of the essence. In some, it's okay to take your time. In most, time just means a third party can certainly close in on the distance. Just like Costa probably waiting for that. Seeing this fight break out. A huge shot from Tetro. And that's going to be thanks to that heavy. That's going to allow him to reposition thanks to the aerial augment. Probably going back for his teammate's reboot card. And trying to think, how am I going to get him back into the game? It's only the first zone, so there's plenty of opportunity to do so. If you can survive this onslaught from Mikey and Smack, who smell the weakness, who smell the fear on the field, and try to take advantage to gather 4 more points to their total.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be tough here. Any time that a player goes down and you reboot them, it lowers your chances at a victory royale. And with how important those victory royales are here in these games, it's going to be tough. Even if you do get your teammate up, but a team that is together, it's Smacked and Mikey up against the wall, just trying to get into the box here of Tetro. Tetro is dangerous, though. This player, time and time again, has found shots that no one else can hit. So Smacked and Mikey need to be careful, especially now as the third party looms in the distance.
You add on the fact that that was initially Tetro's base, so he's able to bob and weave in and out of these covers, get some surprise edits just like that, unless Smacky just had enough. Shockwaving, trying to cause some destruction. It worked to perfection. He said, these are his builds. Why are we going through this? Let's just cause some destruction. And with the 2v1, that's an opportunity for Young Monk to try to take advantage, but they're not weak. Might have got not enough information on that play.
Look, information is the most important thing about Fortnite. If you're not gathering the intel you need to be successful, you're going to find yourself falling, like we've seen time and time again for so many players. But for players that are changing up how they handle things, it is Seek and Cooper hanging out here in the storm. Now they realized that, you know what, there's too much going on around us. We got to play a little bit to the back, right? They're going to take some damage here from the storm, but they're using that jelly angler augment to use the fishing rod, get as many jellies as they can, and stay alive here despite the storm striking as hard as it is. But speaking of striking, it is Snake and Redux again. We find themselves in a high ground spot here early on, making sure that they get the surge tags for later in this game.
Yeah, it's seemingly game after game they set themselves and put themselves in a great position when it comes to Storm Surge. It's just unfortunate event sometimes. They're unable to execute and make it to the end, but with 2 more chances, backs up against the wall, that's when players begin to really shine the most. As Blake and Bizzle, uncontested this time around, having a much better start. But you got to imagine how that affects their Storm Surge game and how much damage they were able to get out of the game. But as that one pops up, 458, nothing to worry about, especially with an elimination on hand.
I mean, look, with so many teams still needing to rotate forward, Blake and Bizzle are ones that are set up for success. Despite them being on the outskirts there of the zone, they both have hammers and they both have a clear path to move forward, and that's what Bizzle called out there in that moment as they begin to move. But J6 in the opposite situation here with his team, Wavy, Mac. Both find themselves almost max distance away from where they need to be, and that just means trouble for them as they rotate in.
They're just banking on it being the slower side of the zone. The big question we'll find out eventually is, do they have enough Storm Surge damage to play the slower side of the zone where not too many opportunities to get those tags are going to come to fruition? As Cranky losing Palbot, still finding some damage, much needed damage at that, as he's still below the damage threshold and continuously falling. Does have at least some minis and plenty of heals to work with, but being in zone this far, tagging up that player, giving away your position is not what you want to have happen. So he's going to have to rethink his strategy, refine his pathing in towards the zone. Woozy's just a slow distance away. You gotta imagine with 2 solos outside the zone, what could happen?
I mean, so much can happen, and that's what we're seeing now as we play this out. These players struggling to rotate in. Even a User and Aviv here find themselves on the backside of this hill, and that's not going to be easy to rotate forward, especially with another team here just to the right, another team to the left as well. So much happening, and that's why the hammer comes out to get him in.
Immediately you can see players just making that conscientious decision to try to stay ahead of the zone, not fall behind, as Acro just lands a huge amount of damage onto Veer. He already lost Danny early on in this game. That was one of those teams that was floating over towards Lonely Labs, but with the zone continuously pulling this far, it's going to be hard for them to try to survive, as he knows being 100 above is not a feeling of comfortability. You have to continue keep going with the looming threat of Storm Surge on your back. Goes below 100, knows players are boxes away, but doesn't have any HP to regain. So timing is of the essence for him, and it's definitely running out, especially with Veer and Liam knocking at the door, trying to get in. Better not answer, because those are not 2 players I want to see, and he answers at the wrong time. Veer and Liam get 4 more points to their total.
Yeah, but despite the points being added to them, the surge is still ticking away. They have to be careful, and they got to get out of Storm here. They need just a little bit more damage to be comfortable with this game continuing on. But for teams like Nave and Aaron, both of them are set up nicely. They're 135 damage above the threshold, meaning that they don't got to worry about getting those tags necessarily here in this moment. But a lot of teams close by may have a different story to tell. So you have to be careful. You got to keep that pressure away, and hopefully they can keep this game moving.
See Woozy using the fact that he was above the damage threshold for so long, able to get Skulls back into the game, who actually got eliminated very early on in the game to the duo of Scoped and Visual, switching up their drop spot, seemingly working as well. But down on Surge. You can see them trying to fire off into the distance, but they're so far out of zone right now. They got to start collecting all the scraps of everybody else, even to think they have a chance racked into this game. Shonye and Polo trying to put the shots on players, flying high to the sky. They're well above the damage threshold, but Polo goes down. This is where you begin to get worried. Shonye trying to play peekaboo, firing through the box, putting the pressure back onto Aviv, but he gets boxed up like a fish overall, and a huge tag towards the backside. And that's going to give Vive enough time to work with to try to stabilize himself in this position.
And I'm going to be honest, you saw Danger Hero, that beautiful augment there, healing him up just a bit. Huge advantage to have there in the inventory, but it doesn't matter. When Aviv is on your wall, you need to run and crawl, folks. Aviv looking to get this ended. 1v1 here as Shonye playing on the back foot. Aviv much healthier, using the hammer to get in the box. Not going to be enough, though, as Shonye does get away.
He's going to get all that loot, all those heals to work with. And you can see him immediately trying to disengage. I got what I came for, but falling parallel with Shonye, a second chance to find that elimination. It's gonna come and gone as shots now coming in from third and fourth parties, trying to stop Aviv, who I don't know what this man ate for breakfast, but I want some tomorrow.
What?
Oh, I want some too, man. If it's gonna put this much talent on your shoulders and help you boost this far ahead, you definitely gonna be eating that every day, especially competition days here. As Aviv continues on here, he does make his way in, but teams looking directly at him. This is honestly the disadvantage of rotating so late is you have these players that have already established themselves in zone, and they're just gonna tag away. They're gonna shoot away, and they're gonna take as much health away from you, unless you can box yourself up, which we see Aviv do.
So many players nearby, solos, duos, 20 in rhythm. We talked about their experience getting at least one victory royale throughout the past 3 weeks of finals. Still find themselves here in Surge Week, but you gotta imagine their ceiling, the potential of this team and what they could achieve when their backs are up against the wall. So many duos towards this outskirts as the zone continues to pull towards the western side of the map. Anybody that doesn't have a shockwave hammer gonna find themselves in a nightmare that they hope to wake up from soon. You can see the lay of the land. Aviv's there by himself, so is Cooper, and both of those players looking like they're getting crushed on by one of the only duos on that side of the map. And for the team that really has almost nothing to worry about, Sinks and Blue just living high in the sky without a worry. No team can really contest them that far up, and they're on the mountain to boot.
Yeah, positioning here is going to set them up with the surge tags they most definitely need here to continue this game on. But for Aviv, he's still fighting and hungry here as a solo player to stay in this. You see, though, now going to hammer away. He doesn't want to be involved with it anymore, especially considering he has to move, he has to rotate, and he cannot afford to play on the edge of zone. But looking at this loadout, like, I'm going to be honest with you, Jacob, if I'm a solo player, this is the loadout I want.
Oh my God, a huge tag. You talk about the loadout. Massive amount of damage. Still above the damage threshold. That hasn't been a worry for him in quite a long time with how active he's been game after game. Getting the 2 different augments from Danger Hero to Bush Warrior to get himself back up to 150. And the damage continues. He's hot on the chase to Sigma. He's looking like a solo, trying to find some sort of crevice to alleviate the pressure, but everything comes crumbling down. Aviv getting a little bit too aggressive. And his show comes to an end here in game number 4.
Yeah, that was a risky play for sure. And unfortunately, it's going to tell Aviv to head back to the lobby as now Sigma going to clean it up. But unfortunately, just moments later, ends up going down. So again, another top 10 team going to be out here from consistency. So many players now can step up to the plate and take some of those high-end leadership or leaderboard spots.
I got my fingers crossed right now. Don't go to the northwest. Don't go to the northwest, because that's going to be a roller coaster of emotions. But guess what? I forgot about the southeast. Up and down these mountains for these teams that are lacking the resources, that don't have a shockwave hammer. It's vital that you peek through the cones. You do what you have to get the information.
Yeah, so much that you can do here. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm excited. And the reason I'm excited, Jamper and Paper. Every time they make it off spawn, they find themselves in the end game. In the first game, they found themselves in the top 5 of the leaderboard. Now they're looking to redeem themselves. Going down twice early off spawn was not the plan that they expected, but it doesn't matter because a duo like this knows how to come back from any kind of disadvantage.
And normally I would say with only 78 points, you need a VR at this stage in the game. But Jamper and Paper are one of the few teams that can actually have those pop-off games and fly up the leaderboard and still play for that consistency and not lay it all on the line of VR. As Redux and Snake, 121 points, finding themselves moving up the leaderboard as each and every duo goes down around them. Chili Chug Splashes and regular Chug Splashes as well. Combine that with a Shockwave Hammer and a fresh refresh on the Blue. This is a team that I think has that recipe down for success. They just need to cook a little bit longer.
Irving goes down.
I'm going to be honest. Let them cook here because Redux and Snake, man, when they're cooking with fire because they are elimination fiends. These players know how to get the box. They know how to fight. And they know how to take what is theirs, and they continue to do that here in game number 4.
They have so much loot right there. He's looking back at those splashes. Do I use these? Do I don't use these? Do I save them for later? Choice is definitely his because he definitely earned the right to claim all that loot. Ritual, Netlify, we've seen them
Rexton, Blake, and Bizzle still have not won.
Earlier on in the game, but They've answered
They
the
have
call.
not
They got a
won.
second
They've made
chance, plenty
endgame
of
like every
splashes. You gotta
game, but
match
they
the
have
refresh
not
that
won.
they've found. You can even see them splitting loot, making sure that they both have enough resources to continue to
They're
move
in, like,
forward
I
in
think they're
towards the
in
zone. And already you can see them positioning themselves, gathering that information. They're right in the middle of the pack, so they got so many duos to overcome.
So much adversity to overcome here. So many players looking to do it. Owl being one of them. Remember, we talked about in the beginning of this
Blake
game,
and
the
Bizzle.
teams that unfortunately haven't been
Second
as consistent
place.
that
Here you
need
go,
that
Braxton.
VR.
They can
Owl's
win this
team,
game.
definitely one of them. One of them that don't, though, is Blake and Bizzle. They have been so consistent on the day that the VR is the last thing on their mind.
About to call them the duo of Double B. Can they go back-to-back with massive end-game finishes like they did to start the first 2 games? Because that will make it to where they don't need that victory royale because they're already in one of those top spots. Redux and Snake, we let them cook for quite a while, and now they're holding on to the high ground. It's smelling good for them, but the meal is not done just yet. They cannot begin to eat
Paper and
until the game
Jamper
is over.
chilling.
As Jamper and Paper talked about pop-off performances, this could be the start of something big. 3 eliminations so far, a huge amount of damage coming out from Paper on that lonely team trying to rotate below him.
Hey, listen, if that team's not careful, they might not be the chefs. They might get cooked, especially with Jamper and Paper here, hanging out, looking at the chug splashes in hand.
Lucky
Paper
alive.
knows exactly what he needs to do.
I
I mean,
can't
look
see
at
him.
it. 9 chug splashes. That is a lot to work with. You find yourself in a final moment, you use those, you're in. It doesn't matter.
No, I
Even a
think
top 5
Bucky
finish will be
died.
huge for them as they find themselves just outside of the top 5. But Crisp, though, here with Yuz, I feel like this is the story of the teams that we've seen fall early, now coming back here in this final moment of this game.
You can see the points, they're neck and neck. Oliver and Jeff staggering themselves just a little bit too far backside of zone. They take a huge
Bizzle and
amount of
Blake
damage.
are in
As
first
Chris
place
and Yuz,
now.
they're just staggering themselves in zone.
Crisp
You
in
said 9
6,
splash
gonna
on
be in
Jamper and
fifth,
Paper.
not
Chris had
6.
9 as well, and they're using them to get their HP back on up. And you can see they're continuously sacrificing said HP to stay
Blake
ahead of
and Bizzle in
everybody else,
first
going
place.
up a few layers so they don't get
Take it
caught
away
in the
from
madness.
Aaron.
Where this zone is pulling, you have to be prepared for moments like this, just like Blake and Bizzle, Shockwave Hammer, staying ahead of everybody else. This is something you're going to see this team do game after game.
Chris gonna take down
It
Oliver
doesn't matter
OG.
here. Game after game, they find themselves finding success at Crisp and Yuz, though. This is the game to turn it all around. Can they walk around with the VR? And Paper goes down in the elimination feed. This finish is not what we anticipated. Jamper, solo player, Bizzle, Blake, still in this. Jamper taking damage, needs to be careful, does have the heals to get back in it, but he needs to hammer forward, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Finding himself in front of
still
zone,
alive.
taking a little bit of damage to do it,
They're in
but
7th.
much worth it.
The solo points right
Should
now.
be able to
that
eventually
Jamper
win this.
can possibly collect are
Oh,
huge,
big
just like
hit
that
on
shot.
Chris.
112 on the Crisp. Yuz said, let's keep it
Redux
going.
on
Redux
right.
fighting for the high ground.
User
User
going
duo
up.
there to challenge. Everything
Full
goes
third
crumbling down,
trapped.
but it's
Redux
Redux who is
still on
standing
height.
tall. Everything
Snake
once
gonna
more.
go down.
Back-to-back shockwaves. Down goes Snake. User is going to go ahead and try to contest it once more, but spots that player going down below him. He has his eyes on a refresh. He doesn't have plenty of resources to work with, so it's almost a must as he continues to hold on to that high ground.
No
There's only
mats
so much
for
you can do
User.
with 0 mats.
So much to be told here as User going up for the high ground gets dropped down and finds himself just in a box to box with
112.
another player. Shots raining in. Will it be enough though? They continue to lose high ground.
Dead on
And now they
Smacked.
walk away, cleaning up Smacked. User holding the high ground, continuing to look forward on this game.
Too early taking that zone. Everything will come crumbling down below you. Blake, he kind of baited us out, saying I'm going for the VR, but Jamper versus Blake, 1v1 situation.
Jamper and
Both of them are
Blake.
solos, but Jamper
Jamper
makes the shot of a
one-pumps
lifetime.
Blake.
Talk about the solo points. and a
Jamper's in
pop-off
third
performance.
now.
This is exactly what he needs in a moment like this. He has to try to stabilize himself. 9 builds to his name. Everything looking scarce. The information that he's gathering and all the time that he's given
This
is crucial for his end game.
All he needs
User.
is one refresh.
Both
One
sitting on
elimination
height.
to turn this around for
Yuz
him
gonna
as
go
the
down to
materials dwindle.
Gary.
Blake Bizzle
Blake.
fully out of this game
Yuz
now.
gonna kill
Gary
Keys.
and Sin, though, on
Keys
the
gonna
low
kill
ground, hammering
Bobby.
forward,
Gary
do find
gets
themselves
flies on.
just
Jamper
trying
gonna go
stay
down
in
to
it. Shots raining
Ocus.
in. Jamper goes down, and it is all down to this
Dead.
here, folks, as
Gary gets a
just holding on
kill.
with no material
Gary
left.
goes
What am I
down.
witnessing right now? This is
Noxie.
pure madness. Shockwaves galore.
One pump.
Noxie makes a shot of a lifetime. 1v1 situation.
1v1
Opus is down.
Crisp and
versus
Noxie.
A shot
Noxie
at the
no has
FNCS
no
Major 1
two
Grand
builds.
Finals is on the line, but Noxie gets back down. He gets denied that chance by Chris,
Noxie's
who
in
has just
first.
enough resources to work
Crisp
with.
has
The pressure
one
coming down
build
from below,
left.
It comes chopping down.
It's
The last
dead.
build, it's not enough. And Noxie
Noxie and
himself Okis to the finals.
Oh, in the
Wow,
finals.
what a finish there. Okis, we talked about a moment ago. We talked about the heart of a lion, but his duo was the one that showed up in the final moments to get their spot in the grand finals.
I don't even know what I was watching in the last 30 seconds. He's helping me trying to take high ground. Shockwave said no.
I don't know
Players
how he
bouncing
won
in
that,
and
bro.
out.
This
But
is
Noxy,
zero maps
at the
the whole
perfect
time.
moment, finding the refreshes
one
and
pop
getting
down, boom.
aggressive. Elimination after
Right
elimination.
face on
This
height.
man has to be living with so much confidence after qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, look, he played this to perfection. Barely any material left. It didn't matter. Noxy walking away, excited there in that final moment. That's heartwarming to watch here. And honestly, that's an MVP kind of play to finish the day. But one game remains. That was it. We have one more opportunity for a team to potentially walk away with a VR spot in the grand finals. Who's it going to be? Could it be Jamper and Paper? Could it be Blake and Bizzle? Or will another team take that spot from them? Well, we'll find out here shortly, Jacob.
But once again, I've got that feeling of deja vu all over again. With our top competitors, some of them going down early, Panda, the leaderboard has to be shaken up. Zeke, we need your help once more.
I got you, Jacob. I'll always have you, my friend. My gosh. This was whack-a-mole, shockwaves, explosions, chaos.
Yeah.
Everything that could be this game was.
Well, listen, you know, I mentioned it last game. We need to check on the game mode. We need another check on the game mode again, because right there, I felt like we were playing zero builds. Everybody's like, you know what? Heck the builds. Let's just start shockwave hammering around. I don't know what was going on.
There was one time where I saw players shockwave back and forth out of zone at least 3 times. I thought I was watching whack-a-mole for a moment there.
It was crazy. Also,
Bro,
very
I
quickly,
don't
let's
even know, bro.
introduce
Everyone had no
Callie Link,
maps.
who's
They
joining
just
us
played
here
zero
for the
build
last 2
endgame,
games.
especially
She
Noxy,
will be
bro.
breaking down all
He
the
had
incredible
no
things, but my
builds.
gosh,
Look, 2
Okis,
builds.
Noxy coming out here, and I think too,
It's a
for
kill
Noxy
there.
in those final moments, he was just set up right where he needed to be, right? He just had to hit a single shot to secure that spot.
Yeah, no builds left, right? Everybody's got their shotguns out, and he hits the shot right there to set up his duo. Noxy played it so well, though, given the opportunity of a lifetime from the low ground as well. Nice shots.
I love that you say that, because if there's 2 words that I could describe Noxy, it's opportunistic and aware. He was so, in that final moment right there when it was a 1v1, you could see that he knew exactly where the opponent was going to be, going from that high build and
sounds
took
like
that
my
shot
mom
immediately,
trying
and
to
obviously it
explain
paid off in the end.
100%.
So insane. Now, once again, if you're tuning in,
Aaron
you've missed 4
first.
crazy games of Fortnite
Blake
action. This will be
Embezzle.
the last one coming up. We have to set the
Second
stage
by
here.
2
A victory
points.
royale will send you and your duo to grand finals, and top
No,
5 will
10
move
points.
on as well. We've been following
Oh my.
these teams for these 4
Blake
games.
and
What's
Blake,
interesting to
Bizzle,
me after
Aaron,
that
and
game,
they
Redux now
are
pushes
so
up
far
someone
ahead
out of that
of
top
everyone
5,
else.
but it's
Oh
not
my.
only him. There is
They're
other
almost
names
100
are moving
points
up
ahead. That's
12,
not round, bro.
15 places to knock on top 5.
Yeah, the
not
name
fair.
of the game for Snake and Redux here was that they were pretty much able to stay on
Aviv
the high
is in
ground from half zone
third.
onward. I believe it was
He is 148.
7th, 8th zone
Blake and
where
Bizzle are in second,
finally
and
they
they
started to
have
get
218,
contested
bro.
for it. And when they did, let me tell you, the lobby was going
I
crazy.
honestly
I think
think
it was like 3
Blake
4
and
teams
Bizzle
going
are
for it
gonna
at the
play this
same
last
time. I don't know if that was
game
like
and they
a synchronized thing that everybody just decided, yeah,
I
we'll
don't
go for it right
remember
now. But
that.
Redux and Snake did a good job of defending it for a little bit.
Aaron
I'm
does
also
not have
wondering
to
if
play
Snake
this
and
game.
Redux utilized that Keymaster augment, allowing them to get that holo chest and those chili chug splashes,
Yeah.
which obviously
Redux
gives you
and
that much
Snake.
needed mobility outside of the hammers and everything, giving them a little bit more of an advantage.
Fifth
which
place,
obviously
I have
they
no
used to
clue
their
who's gonna get
advantage.
fifth, bro.
Yeah, it worked out very, very well for them. But if we're looking around that top
Like
5,
J6,
the top
like, I
10, when you
didn't
go
see them
top
in that
or
game.
3rd through 10th is very, very close, right? Only
It's like
30
a
points
few-
actually separating those teams.
Well, what's
Yeah,
crazy to me is
like
that
fourth-
Yuz and Gary's
fourth
teams both
to-
moved up more than
no,
10
third to
placements
10.
on the leaderboard
It's
right
only
here,
like 30
showing
points
that
different,
although
yeah.
this is the final game,
That's
a
wild,
lot of these
bro.
teams
I
still
have
aren't
no
out
clue
yet.
who's
Yeah,
actually gonna
100%.
go. I know
Pop-up
who's
games
going
from Jamper
first, second.
and Paper as well, but
First
I'm
and
looking
second is
at
going to
Blake
be-
and Bizzle and Aaron and Ace. If you look at the rest of the leaderboard, they are so far ahead that they might just take game number 5 off and just go have like a party, celebrate already, because they are so high up there that I don't know if anybody can really catch them.
Well, one thing that they're doing that a lot of other teams are doing is that early aggression, Zeke. You can see how many eliminations
so
that they have, and Blake and Bizzle
Dude,
seem to have
Blake
2
and
eliminations
Bizzle-
by zone 1 every single time.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
get
know,
they
I know
got
Bizzle
2
and Blake are
eliminations
usually
every
very,
game.
very passive players, but right now they're finding all the elims.
Yeah, really quickly, I do want to highlight this duo in 6, Chris and Yuz. We kind of talked about them at the beginning of the show as a duo we have eyes on. And now after that game, they are sitting there. They can literally see the finish line, and they have one game to try and break into that top 5.
I just got nervous. I just got nervous for this duo, right? Any of those duos around that top 5, right now they sit in 6th place, only a couple of points behind. One game remaining, grand finals. Can this duo clutch up? And I mean, right here, they actually had the opportunity, the 1v1 situation. Unfortunately, though, you know, only 60 effective HP right there. Not a lot to work with.
What I do think they have a little bit of advantage on here is that not only are they good as a duo, you can kind of see that they have good communication going on. They're constantly moving as a unit, but also a lot of solo potential as well.
Yeah, 100%. That's what it's going to come down to, right? Because that's making the difference right now. These solo performances, putting up those extra points, is what's bumping this leaderboard so high.
And just remember that number, 142 points. That is the number we are looking to beat here. Remember, the top 5 will move on. This is the last chance.
My gosh.
If a duo doesn't make it here, that's it. FNCS Major 1, done. They have to look forward to Major number 2. Any quick expectations going to this last game? I mean, I feel like we've seen just about everything.
Last chance, last shot. Let's see some crazy plays.
Early aggression, maybe. Switch up, stick to what you know. I don't know. One more game.
I don't want it to end, but this is it. Final game here from NA East. One last ride. Here we go.
That was so zesty, bro. Here we go.
It is time. The final game of Surge Week is here for NA East. So many teams outside of the threshold of qualification through consistency. We need to see a team collect that VR and get their spot in the grand finals. But so many teams have been consistent. Will anybody disrupt that here, Jacob?
Only time will tell at the end of the day. And you heard Zeke talk about 142 points. That's the threshold we're going to be looking at as game number 5 has started. Everybody is going to be fighting tooth and nail to inch themselves into the top of the leaderboard. And if they don't, they're going to be hoping that somebody into the top 5 comes out on top of this game.
I mean, look, one of the fights that we've talked about
Here we
all
go.
day long, it's Nerf
Last
and Meatball.
game.
This duo
Nerf,
continue to fight here in Lonely Labs against two very worthy teams. Another fight, though, that we have to pay close attention to this time around.
Jamper and Paper, can they?
What they need
They're
is
ninth.
a pop-off game.
They have to go
Everybody has
crazy,
talked about
bro.
it. Now we talk about it again.
They either have to
Paper
win this
Jamper
game or get, like,
need to have the performance of
crazy.
a lifetime to climb in. They are just outside of the top 5, and they want it. They're hungry. We've seen them closely through their series, how they've been prepping
Drizzle
for this
and
moment, how
KZ.
they've played
I don't know if they
together
can win
in
it.
a room, side
They didn't
by
win it
side,
last time.
all for the opportunity to compete in the grand finals, and now is their last chance.
And with so much
Oh, yeah,
on
they
the
did.
line,
I don't know.
they chose to kind of go back home for
there's
this
like 5
last
games of
final
Chaos, bro. I
opportunity.
can't remember
saying, hey, we
anything.
played just a little bit more comfortable in our own natural place. With their backs up against the wall, gotta hope it all comes down to fruition. But only 22 points away from that bubble. The decision's gotta be looming in the back of their mind. Do I grab this elimination? Do I go for this, go for that? But it's actually gonna be a choice to disengage, get out of this position, and try to loot up. They go towards the north side of the map to where, in theory, they're hoping there's less and less people at.
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you. That's probably the best position for them. They've been struggling with this off-spawn fight, so if they can disengage quickly enough and not run into any other type of turmoil on the way, it should be good news for them. Now, though, Redux and Snake, this
Redux
duo,
and Snake,
man,
and
oh
4.
man, have they slowly creeped themselves into contention on the day. Every time we tune in, they're doing something spectacular to make their way up to the
I'm
top
gonna
of the
see Cooper and
leaderboard.
Seek can
Despite
come
them
back.
not necessarily being close to
I'm
win,
surprised
they
Jamper and
both have
Paper are
played so
not
well
like
together,
so far. They're like so
putting
far behind.
eliminations on the board, getting that placement points, and now finding themselves
AV.
just inside the top 5.
I mean, it was you who said, let them cook, let them cook. That appetizer was definitely
Let
good.
him cook.
Just waiting for
Let
that main course to
him-
really come out. As
Hold
if
up.
even users,
Let
they're just looting up
him
over towards Brutal
cook.
Bastion. You see them immediately disengaging once more, not wanting to fight that early game fight, but instead try to get some surge, try to get some damage on other players that they know they have that height advantage off in the distance. See Egoist on one side, Yuz on the
Yuz
other.
and Egoist.
Trade for surge in situations like this where there's not too many players
Egoist, who's
around. where
that?
The southern portion of the map is important, especially since you got to know that the zone is now going to be a southern zone.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, this is going to be one of those unique zones that we get to see. You see how far it pulls over the water, too? that just tells me that this is going to continue to pull south. So if you're one of those northern teams, you need to stop what you're doing and get those feet moving, because you do not have much time left before this zone starts to spell your inevitable doom.
Northern teams, this paint, if you're Costa and Zeus, an Eastern team as well, as Monk and User are one of those Eastern teams, contested over towards Slappy Shores, or I wouldn't say contested off the drop, but making it a little bit more crowded than anyone would hope.
How does so many dudes have their name as
Looking like he's
User?
taking some damage into the distance, but he's just trying to trade for that surge. There's so many slap barrels, there's so many different variations of heals to try to get yourself back on up. You might feel a little bit more comfortable to do just that, as Gary's not feeling that same comfortability. He lost his teammate Sen just moments ago, so now he's trying to get that reboot card and get his teammate right back into the game, which looks like it's going to be very hard with this many players around.
Ooh, and it does look like it was a sneak attack to take out Gary's teammate in Sen, and sure enough, it was quick and painless there for them. I mean, look, limited material they had to use.
The two users,
right?
User
They were
and
in
User.
and out so that Gary couldn't get there to kind of contest what they were doing. I mean, honestly, smart play from the duo there, but unfortunate there as Gary's teammate does go down, but that doesn't mean he's out yet, right? We've seen a lot of big solo plays happen here in this game, and so much is left in this game to play out.
Especially, you got to add in the fact that, you know, the zone's going to pull away, so they can probably get that reboot as the User duo, uncontested towards the southern port of Shattered Slabs. So they're going to go ahead and try to get themselves as much loot and everything to work with, so that way they can have a little bit more of a comfortable game moving into the mid, moving into the end.
This game.
Look
Let Bucky cook.
This.
Let
We
Bucky
see
cook.
these players continuing to fight it out. Despite this being the last game, caution is thrown to the wind as Acro and Danny continue to push forward here. You see players looming in the distance. They need to be careful. They cannot overextend in a situation like this. All it takes is one shot to turn all around, and there it is. Fortunately, Acro gonna be able to pick that up, taking out Gary. That is the solo player we just saw moments ago, unfortunately, out of this competition.
They're trying to turn the ship around and have a little bit more smooth sailings.
Blake
But
and
Zeke has his
Bizzle.
friends. I have mine. I know Bizzle. I know Blake, rather personally at that. They've set themselves up, honestly, in this fifth and final game to win off of two different ways, the Victory Royale or that top consistency spot. And I go ahead and I'm going to throw it to Taco because they got some great loot. How did they get up at this point?
Well, Jacob, for starters, Bizzle went ahead. He managed to find a key, and immediately after this, launches himself towards a hollow chest, makes sure to secure a gold red eye, and then from this point forward, he immediately managed to secure a couple of surge tags, which is really crucial given the fact that since they're no longer being contested by Visuals and Scope, they need to make sure they're keeping that surge management strong, and basically now they're looking for the final home stretch to solidify staying inside of that top 5 or a Victory Royale.
I mean, Taco Bout, incredible analysis there from Taco. Thank you so much for breaking it down for us, but we got to break down J6, connecting some big crucial surge shots there from a distance. I mean, look, we look at this game, right? We look at how this is playing out, and honestly, there's no clear direction as to what we're gonna see. So many players still left in this, so many heavy hitters. Even Scoped and Visual potentially could walk away with a spot if they play this right.
I like that quick stat. 3 World Cup finalists competing today. Who are they? Panda, I'm going to give you a moment. You can answer me just a little bit later. Everybody else, depending on where you're watching it, go ahead and shout it at your screen. Trust me, I'll know if you guys were right, if you were wrong. We'll go ahead and figure that out just a little bit later as Panda's doing his homework. Sonya and Polo are trying to do theirs. They're separated just a little bit. But it's Nerf and Meatball who are box-to-box parallel from one another. They have the man advantage, but they don't want to take advantage of it because they don't know exactly where that additional player is at. And the answer comes in. Panda, were you right?
I'm going to be honest. So I got Bizzle and Bucky, but I was lacking in slacks. So listen, I was close. I knew that 2 out of the 3, so I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it.
So I'm going to go ahead and add one more. We got a 4th World Cup finalist.
Yeah.
Not playing in the game, but somewhere in the show, we'll play a little game of can you find them, as Polo and Shoni are trying to find some extra resources and loot to work with. A little bit of a prolonged battle, but they're not directly going in. They're not putting everything on the line because you got to realize these players have had their surge in their moments up until this point. But I just continuously looking at that mini-map, and it's making me a little scared of how far away Polo is going from his teammate. All it takes is a moment, a second of separation for a team to pounce, and game over in their 5th and final game.
Especially with players in this lobby. Just because this is the surge week does not mean these are slouches. These are are some of the best in the region competing for their final opportunity to walk away in the grand finals. And so if you are caught lacking even for a second, you will go down. So you need to be cautious, you need to be careful, and you need to be ready to take any fight that comes your way.
It's probably gonna be Bucky.
Very important right now for Mikey and Smack to not get caught off guard, not get too separated. So many hungry teams trying to make it to the top of the leaderboard. Some in a position to win off consistency. Most needing that victory royale. And with the bubble being 142, a pop-up performance from Mikey and Smack, and a couple of those top competitors going down early could smell a grand final spot at the end of the day. They just need to play their game. They just need to make it to the end. Because that's what it comes down to. How well they perform in these final moments. Tenley and Tretman feeling some of that pressure. Uncontested towards Lonely Labs. You got to imagine their loot looking rather good to defend in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these fights on the edge here always worry me. They get my nerves to an all-time high because for these players, as we know, it's their last opportunity to do something big here and qualify them to the grand finals. But not only that, they're fighting against the odds.
This is the last game.
Not too often do we see teams outside of zone, all stacked on top of each other, and them finding success in the game. And unfortunately, for players like Trentman, like Tenley, they have to play the storm. They cannot spend any time near these players because all it takes is 1 second and they're out.
And it almost leads me to believe I see some blue mushrooms and some apples laying on the ground, and I heard him chomping on some sort of fruits and vegetables. You got to have that harvester augment to kind of regain a lot of the heals and shields, because it even gets you even more than the standard amount. As Cooper and Seek, 118 points, they too can pop off and earn themselves that grand final spot at a moment's notice.
Don't even have to bubble.
Need to be able to make it past this faulty splits as the zone. What looked like it was going to go to the western side began to pull drastically towards the east, which opens up a slow side of the zone towards the south and towards the west.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out. I love the variation in zones we continue to see today. I mean, this has probably been some of the most diverse zones
Look at his
we've seen in
headset.
FNCS
How is he
history.
this good?
A lot of times, more often than not, we see zones trend towards one direction. Not today here for Surge Week, folks, as these zones continue to surprise even us here on the desk as we see them unfold.
Keeping me at the edge of my seat. Epoxy going for a little bit of a hammer play to break down the builds and try to take control of the pieces. But Cooper, fighting week after week against the likes of Booga and Peterbot, Acorn and Cold, had to have seen that trick once or twice before. They know exactly how to defend against it and how to stay above the damage threshold. 234. They're one of the teams that had to rotate far from the east in order to get to this point. And that's why you see them scarce, them down on the materials, down on the resources in which they're trying to farm back up.
I'm going to be honest, the addition of the throwable bush item has been surprising, right? I anticipated it being used in different ways, but seeing players like Blake, or like the other duo just moments ago, using that to get tags, throwing it down and just trying to get tags there in the distance and kind of obstruct that view from other players, it's so smart. And it shows the mindset that these players have. They think of anything, any usage they can out of these items that will give them any type of advantage. So honestly, great on them and great to see how these continue to evolve ahead of the grand finals.
Liam and Veer got to evolve before our very eyes. 135 and continuously falling below the damage threshold. But you can see him cool as a cucumber, not letting what he's going through really affect him and his gameplay. The piece control is important. You can see him put a cone in the box as well. A little bit of an extra shield just in case they try to aggress right back on him. Veer taking that additional angle, trying to really keep them on their toes, but gets tagged up just a little bit. Half his shield drained right off. Pure trying to get a little bit more aggressive as Plague repositions all together. But still 188 below the damage threshold. Liam and Veer failing to put any damage out is going to put them in a few seconds. Their backs up against the wall with Storm Surge ticking them low.
Yeah, I mean, look, Surge has been probably the biggest problem for these lobbies today, and these players continue to struggle despite it being the final game here. They just haven't found their grooves, but some of them, like Plague here, have figured it out. They've got the story, they got the script in hand. They're knowing exactly when to take the shots, when to get the damage for Surge, and when to keep moving. But if they're not careful, all it takes is one shot here from Veer to turn it around, and that's what they're looking for. You see Veer on the other side of this, especially looking at their surge, you see how far below
These
they
are the
are.
kids
That means
Bucky
they need
actually
everything that they can find to just stay alive.
This might not even be enough. As you can see, Plague and Pure playing defensive, trying to hold their wall. Peak Control going over, but Plague has so much real estate to work with. All he has to do is continuously backing up, and they have to know their opponents are down on surge. Their relentless pressure, their ability to try to get in the box, that has to be the only thing, and that's where you see them continuously backing up. Even if they end in Storm, they have 6 different floppers to work with, but a huge game of Peekaboo is going to go down.
Can we
He
get
ends
some
up in the
W?
wrong box.
Can we
This
get
could
some
be tragic
Bucky
for Veer
in
as he gets
chat?
taken down altogether.
Spam, let's
Storm's
go
just need to take
Bucky.
a couple more seconds. Liam, can he do it? I think that's enough.
Spam, let's go Bucky.
Just enough.
Woo, go Bucky, go Bucky.
They're going to try to get the elimination onto him.
They know he's weak. They know he doesn't have much left to his name, and he's going to try to get his teammate up.
Go
That's why
Bucky,
Pure, Blake, they're not going to let it happen. They're diving box to box, ready to take this fight straight to him. And Pure takes the wall. Big shots come through. All it takes is one, and there it is. Plague and Veer and Liam are out of this competition as Plague and Pure walk away victorious.
Let's go,
Almost
Bucky.
looked like he landed the
Let's
shot on
go.
his Achilles heel.
Let's go, Bucky.
And then he
Let's
just
go.
got sent back to the lobby altogether.
Let's go, Bucky. Let's
Savzi,
go.
Jason,
Let's
142
go,
points.
Bucky.
They're one of those teams
Go,
that I do believe is just
Bucky.
barely outside of the bubble coming into this game. As I check my notes, actually no, they're 142. They are that team that was on the bubble, but a huge find from Bizzle. And Taco broke it down, how they got that epic red eye, and you're seeing the amount of damage and what it really does to the rest of the lobby.
Value of those hollow chests is immense, especially with that new augment that allows you to get 2 keys off of 1 augment. I mean, the value there is incredible here, especially in duos. Now though, Bizzle and Blake driving high, clearly making their way on to the grand finals, but they're not finished yet. They said, you know what? I don't care how consistent we've been. I don't care that we basically have a spot guaranteed. No, I'm still pushing forward. I'm still making my mark, and I'm still letting the teams know that when I get to grand finals, I am a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, to start this game, they're only 10 points shy out of first place. At this point, you got to imagine they sealed the deal, but they're playing it out because they want to make sure they get the job done and book their ticket to the grand finals. Jamper and Paper trying to do that same thing, staggering themselves out. They know Nerf is there behind them. And that's why you see them trying to peek and try to look, but it might have cost them just a little too much as Paper's trying to extend their boxes outward, and Jamper gets tagged up. He gets downed out altogether. You see him giving away the resources to try to keep himself alive, but you see the lobby now beginning to focus from 2 different directions. Paper is recycling some builds, using some resources to build outward on others. Danger Hero trying to keep him alive. He is under so much pressure, so much stress, that if he comes out alive, he might be a new man.
Impressively enough, it does look like he's going to be able to hold on long enough to get Jamper back into this game. What happens next, though, we'll have to see, because they are so far out of zone. Teams all around them looking at them directly. This is going to be a tough rotation. Even getting Jamper back into this game may not be enough.
On the outside, multiple teams not wanting to really let them survive, but Paper, Lawrence and Bucky trying to disengage away from Paper.
Dude, you know this Noxy guy I just won? He didn't even cross his own.
We talked about their early game strategy, the ability to disengage, get themselves as much loot as possible just to get to this point, working out quite nicely. Still only 22 points down overall. And only a few more teams need to go down before those cascading placement points begin to tick in.
I mean, at the rate that we're seeing, it's probably not going to be long here for these players to go down, but Paper, Jamper find themselves on the other end of pressure, and of course that pressure coming at the expense of Bizzle and Blake. This is the second time they found these 2 duos going head-to-head in these games today, and neither have been in the favor of Paper and Jamper.
Paper and Jamper, we used their builds, they used all their resources just to get to this point to try to survive. Nothing left to really defend themselves. It's all up to Jamper using what he has. Paper trying to get out, using some of that slap juice, and now it's all up to him. He loses Jamper along the way. Both of these players not able to get out, so all the pressure, everything in the game lands on Paper's shoulders, but J-Sick plays a game of peekaboo, spots him out, and takes him out altogether.
Unfortunate end for that duo, finding themselves right outside of the top 5 to finish the day. Yeah, that is not what they were expecting here. But you know what? Listen, this team has a lot of potential moving forward into Majors 2 and 3 because it is not over here for the year, and that is not their last chance to make their way over to the Global Championships at the end of this year. So that's all that matters, is making sure you focus on the future. And that's the team that really needs to focus.
Yep, pop up.
Hey, where's Aaron then?
Redux and Snake pushing them into
Bucky's
the
in
top
13.
5. They were 4th on the leaderboard coming into this game. They just need to hold on to their spot, which I make it sound easier than it actually is. You saw how chaotic this lobby is, especially with the Shockwave hammers towards the end game. Crisp and Yuz, they too need a big performance. Coming into this one, they were in 6th place. So at this point, they're just a few points shy of that bubble, and you can see the production coming in. 178 points is the theoretical goal.
I mean, there's not a lot of teams that are outside of that realm of possibility. 178 points is within reach here for teams like Aviv and User, both of them in which they are set up. 154 points, 178 to finish it. All they need is something close to a win, and they walk away going to the grand finals. But now, here it is. It comes down to this here. Shots raining in from all different angles. They need to be careful as players like Slacks and Bucky going down in the elimination feed. This is a quickly turning game, and if they're not
Bucky
careful,
died. Come
they'll
on,
find
Lawrence.
themselves
Please,
joining
Lawrence.
some of
Come
these other
on,
players
Lawrence.
in the
Please,
lobby.
Lawrence.
Yeah,
Come
with
on,
how well
Lawrence.
Aviv
Please,
has been
Lawrence.
doing up until this
Come on,
point.
Lawrence. Please, Lawrence.
148 points
Please.
coming into this, sitting in 3rd place.
Please,
So many hungry
man.
teams that can
Please,
have a
I'm
little bit of a
begging
pop-off
you.
performance to try to steal that one away.
I'm
You see the
begging you.
pre-edits being given right now for
I'm
Aviv. It does
begging
look like
you,
they're going to
bro.
try to go for aggressive play if it
Lawrence,
does present itself.
please,
Blake flying through the sky, trying to get to the front side,
Please,
reunite with Fizzle.
Clutch, bro.
Oliver OG with Jeff as well. They have a little bit of taste of that high ground for now. Depending on where this next zone actually pulls, though, some teams are going to have to fight a little bit more than others.
I mean, look, the fight's not over yet. Despite it being zone
Lawrence,
6, there
bro,
are still
don't
34
die, man.
players left in this. 34
already
players vying
died,
for a
I'm
spot
gonna
there in the
be
grand
honest.
finals, and each one of them as
I'm looking
hungry
for
as
him.
the
Did he
next.
die?
It
No,
doesn't
no,
matter
no,
if
no.
you're Oliver OG or
No, he
Jeff.
didn't. No, he
No
didn't.
one is safe here, and it doesn't matter as this game continues to press on. Players like Sin going down. It looks like K is going down as well, with players like J-Sick and Wavy Mac fighting for that spot, fighting for the opportunity, and it is all theirs to take.
Yep, they were outside of the top 10 coming into this one, trying to earn themselves a spot. They just need a couple of top competitors to go down, and it's theirs. Otherwise, it's going to be all left up to that victory royale at the end of the day, as Seek and Cooper are 44 below the damage threshold, something I wouldn't have expected coming into this point, using a ton of heals and resources to try to get themselves back into tip-top shape. As Aviv and Users, 624 above the damage threshold. They're just waiting, getting as much information as possible. With those shockwave hammers, they're going to stagger themselves
Oh, yes,
back
right
and
there.
make
I
a
see
late
him. I see him.
rotation
This
into
one.
zone.
Yes.
Yeah, and looking
Lawrence,
at Snake
you're
and
the
Redux
best.
here, they're still in it. They're looking for any shot they can take. One elimination is kind of low for them going into an end game, so I fully expect them to get involved and get into the action
Come on,
as quick as possible
Bucky,
as they get ahead of
please,
zone here.
Lawrence, let's
Yuz
go,
and Crisp
Lawrence.
also find
Come
themselves
on, Lawrence,
just on the
please,
edge,
Lawrence,
finishing
let's
second
go,
place
Lawrence.
last game, just outside of that VR spot. They're looking to change that here in game number 5.
40 below the damage threshold. Not too many players need to go down, though, so they certainly can survive this situation. As Oliver, OG, and Jeff, you saw them moments ago, take away the high ground. They have plenty of builds to work with, and you got to add in, if they have a shockwave hammer, they can continuously try to take the front side of zone. As Cooper and Seek, you saw them down on threshold. Now they're up, gets into the box, lands a couple of shots. That's Blake. That's Bizzle on the other side as well. Everybody trying to stay alive. So much madness going down for Cooper and Seek. They don't have a shockwave hammer, so they're going to have to really pick and choose their position here.
Oh, what is happening? What a play there for Cooper. Going to be able to pick up Pure Riley there and
Yes,
finish
sir,
that
Lawrence.
off now, though. Staying alive here. His duo and Seek still in this. We talked about this duo, and there's a reason we talked about them. They are incredibly talented, and they know exactly how to handle these final moments of the game. Sevens don't present itself, and they're still moving.
High ground still being held on to for now. You see Oliver, Jeff slowly dropping down low, trying to connect. Resources running thin. Bizzle's going to stay the front side. Blake's going to reunite. Ego lost AV moments ago, so he's going to have to do it as a solo as well. So many teams realizing this is the last moment, the last chance to gather those points as Redux and Snake, they were one of the teams that stole away some position a long time ago, but now push comes to shove, backs up against the wall, Splash is going out, Snake trying to think outside of the box, the Shockwave Hammer is this huge tool for him to get inside of the zone. Meanwhile, all this madness, the team that they were fighting, Short and Cypher, might be on the surviving end, but Zone ticking in, Splash is just in the nick of time, a huge siphon on the Snake, their run comes to an end, have they done enough?
Sure, cleaning that up, but not enough to stay in this game as Jeff and Oliver OG are on the high ground, primed and ready to go to take the final victory royale of the day. Can they do it? 6, what is that? Oh my gosh, 11 splashes there for Oliver OG. All he needs to do is survive and the game is his.
We saw moments ago, Jeff dropped down in the back of zone. He's trying to collect all the scraps, all the resources, while the zone pushed everybody forward. They weren't able to connect. Let's see here. 120 effective shield and HP. Everything comes crashing down. So does the hopes as he ends the game in that final moment to wherever he's positioned on that leaderboard. He's got a hope at the top spot and a team that had their chance in that last game. Nownsy now stuck as a solo and no one is contesting the high ground. This could be time for Oliver OG fans and Jeff to rise.
The only way Oliver OG and Jeff make it is if they win, and that win is what they're going for. Maintaining the high ground here in the final moment is all they can do here. But User now lost Aviv, down by himself, just going to the back of zone, doing anything that he can to survive as Oliver OG continues to hold height.
You mentioned those splashes before. Add in the big push bomb, add in the high ground, but he's out of mats. Can he hold on to that position, especially with the Shockwave movement right below? That's Young Monk and Users trying to be the bullies of the low ground, and you can see them putting their focus onto the high ground. This will be a great moment for them as it comes down to a 2v2.
Here it is, the 2v2 of the ages. Who's going to get the final spot onto the grand finals here? Is Oliver OG and Jeff on height, pressuring down. They do not want to allow it. They have so many resources to use, so many chug splashes to stay alive, and now Jeff connecting some crucial shots here. But it comes down to this. Only a few more builds remain. The Shockwave Hammer comes out. Jeff is dropped. He needs to stay alive here. Oliver OG is the one with all the heals. He just needs to stay in it, and it isn't enough. Oliver OG and Jeff go down in the final moments, giving the win over to the other duo.
That is a huge misstep. You saw it in previous games with Nownsy and Knifer. Deja vu, tragedy strikes again for Oliver and Jeff. Everything comes crashing down, and you got to imagine at the end of the day, with all this chaos consuming, the Users duo picking up a huge amount of eliminations, taking down Blake and Bizzle, but they secured their spot, and it was Young Monk and User pushing through with the splashes, with the Shockwave Hammer, taking control of their own destiny and stealing away the game.
I mean, look, Jeff was a bit confused there in those final moments. He looked at his teammate's shot and didn't shoot in the right direction. And unfortunately, that's going to cost him that final spot there. But huge shout out to User and Young Monk. This duo has done incredible things throughout the day. So a beautiful finish for them gets their ticket to the grand finals.
Yep, and you got to take note, none of our teams in the top 5 have got that victory royale in this final games, which means it's going to go down to a photo finish. You got to imagine that our top competitors, Aaron and Naze, Blake and Bizzle, have held on to their spot, so there's only 3 up for grabs.
I mean, it's going to be interesting. We won't know, right? We can speculate, we can guess what we think is going to happen, but only people that can break it all down for us is Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. This is that moment in time, man, where we're going to find out who goes through. But very quickly, we do want to highlight User and Monk. And just to set the stage here, both of these duos, they had to win if they wanted to continue their FNCS run.
And I'm wondering now, obviously we saw a great performance from Young Monk right there. I wonder if their VR actually put them out of the top 5 and allowed another team to kind of slip in through the placement portion of it. But for me, this team was all about patience. They waited for the top team, the high team of Oliver OG, to drop down to them to be able to get those shots.
Yeah, I mean, these final moments right here, it pretty much came down to the fact that they had no eliminations. The only play that was left for them was to actually go for that Shockwave Hammer up, take some of those duels, and at the end of the day, they just happened to find the shots that hit harder, and that's the reason why they went ahead and won that game, because, listen, it was very, very close. Unfortunately for Oliver and Jeff, they put on a heck of a show right there. Had the high ground the entire time. Like I said, just couldn't find the shots when it came down to that 2v2.
Not only did they have the high ground the entire time, but they also had something like 12 chug splashes by Zone 8, which is something that we don't usually see, but here we have it right now.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now. A tie for 5th and 6th place at 176. And the difference being the eliminations to break the tiebreaker, pushing Redux and Snake up and Yuz and Chris out. We've watched both of these duos compete all day long. And I think the interesting point here for Redux and Snake, at one point Snake had like 18 splashes, so like he was like, I'm playing for the long game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Jacob a couple times throughout today was like, listen, the eliminations are going to be the one that matters. Who would have thought that it would have been the tiebreaker where the difference really came in? But holy, Blake and Bizzle, 290 points. We had the interview. He was like, listen, we're going to go for the VR, right? We're going to test off spawn. No, 3-0 off spawn, forced visuals and scoped out of the landmark from them. Just ran with it, found every single end game. They're MVPs for me today.
Without a doubt. We know them as a bit more of passive players,
Yeah.
and that was not the case for today. Every single Zone 1 we saw them, they had at least 2 eliminations every single time. And I think more so, a lot of people have known Blake and Bizzle for a very long time,
100%.
competing for the last 4 years in Fortnite. And maybe some people might have thought, well, they're dropping off. They're in this, you know, make it or break it sort of
Get it
but
go
here
down,
we
'cause
have it with
it's
an
over.
incredible performance from them. Absolutely incredible, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the veterans, the experience that can come into lobbies like this. And we also talked about how, you know, the top 40 teams aren't necessarily in this. And I feel like for Blake and Bizzle, they were just steps ahead of the competition because, again, they're not going up against, you know, the top 40 on the region. They're going up against that lower half of that series point leaderboard. And I feel like they just had way too much experience. They knew exactly what to do, and that's why they came out on top.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if that experience translates to grand finals, right? More on that a little bit. That's future us problems. For now, why don't we relive and remember the players that got the victory royales? Casters, help us down memory lane.
I mean, look, it wouldn't be a finish of Surge Week if we didn't commemorate these 5 teams for walking away with beautiful VRs. And to start that off, it's Larson and Nani. Honestly, executed that finish phenomenally and deserved that first victory royale of the day.
And you got to give it to Nasen and Flo. They had a phenomenal game 1, didn't seal the deal, but if at first you don't succeed, you try again. They came out on top. But game 3, Mason and Glaze, I call them thieves in the night, stealing away that game from Knifer and Nounsy.
I mean, look, it was so close, but that one of those teams that were close in contention in game 3, they won it in game 4. It's Noxy and Okus walking away with it. And honestly, this was the best situation they could have had, right? They weren't looking like they could get that consistency spot, so why not take the VR with them? But game 5, those final moments, Young, Monk, and User, Jacob, what a finish.
I mean, there was a fumble on the field, but let me tell you, they picked up that fumble. They ran it back for a touchdown. That is a huge feat for User and Young Monk. Hey, User, man, who are you, man? We got to know who you are. Make sure you pick your name so we can give you the credit in which you deserve. You qualified for grand finals. That's something to celebrate.
Absolutely something to celebrate here, and celebrations all around here. I mean, look, I couldn't have asked for a better day, Jacob.
Yep, I couldn't be any happier with the results of the day. So much chaos. But Zeke, Vivian, and Kelly, they got an interview with Flo.
We sure do. Flo, game 2 winner, goes into game 2 in 2nd place, says, yeah, we're doing fine, we're doing top 5. Let's just get a victory out. Let's just go to grand finals. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. I knew we were gonna qual, but I thought it was gonna be off consistency, if anything, since we were uncon.
Oh, those are the guys that
But we ended up just.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna play some Fortnite now. Because Surge Week has commenced. don't celebrate events. Trap still running on Christmas Day. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can we homophobic? My is gay. Men don't celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. The men don't celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My is gay. Stick is gay. The men don't celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. Dang. The men don't celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can we homophobic? Celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic? My Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. The men don't celebrate Eden. Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. Celebrate even Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can we? Oh, it's a good toe crack. And then don't celebrate even Chap's Day, running on Christmas Day. How can I be homophobic?
Wow, that was crazy. That's such a crazy surge.
I know.
I watched like none of it.
I watched all of it.
I'm just watching your stream, going through the item
Bucky
shop.
didn't qual. You said, didn't you?
Goofy out Brixton.
Didn't you say that you wanted Blake and Bizzle to qual?
Yeah.
You said you wanted to win the game. They didn't win one game, but they literally, so all the people that won got in automatically. So like they didn't count in. It's like the top 5.
Yeah.
So Blake and Bizzle got first since they didn't win one game. What they got more points. They got 70 more points in second place.
Dang, what?
They won by so much.
What the heck is Goofy out Brixton?
What?
What the heck is Goofy out Brixton?
It's you.
What's up with that? I'm feeling sweaty.
Do you say you're feeling sweaty?
I was playing like
You are
just
lagging
those
so
in arena.
You're fat lagging so bad.
On God, I'm not. I'm leaving your stream since I'm not lagging no more.
Okay. I gotta warm up,
Bro, arena's not that funny, bro.
Yeah, we are. Here, I got you. I have your
I was
skin.
playing
Look, we're wearing the same skin.
Oh my God. Do you have the bold bar pickaxe?
Yeah, that pickaxe does nowhere. That pickaxe, that's the worst combo. It like does not match at all.
I don't care. The bold bar sounds so good.
It sounds so sweaty.
No, it sounds good though. If I were clicks, I'd put on the golf pick, the driver.
I have that.
And that'd be legit clicks.
Clicks doesn't even wear the skin that much.
He wears it when he's like playing, like doing sweaty tournaments.
I hate when you say that, bro. You're like sweaty tournaments. Like,
I'd get 0 points in that, bro.
0 points in what?
Any tournament.
You've got points in a tournament before.
Well, yeah, but like, I'm not gonna do anything.
You suck. Sheesh, your building got a little better. Right. You weirdo, chop me.
I didn't even try to break you down. I didn't try.
No, I chocolate myself the wrong way.
You said aim too?
You hit me once.
I hit you twice. I hit you for 74.
You hit me once.
74.
You hit me once, huh?
74! You weirdo, dude. No!
You suck. Ooh, you see that? 4 damage. You like that 4 damage, don't you? Ah! What the?
Yeah, baby, I told you I'm better
I
than
jumped
you.
over you and you headshotted me. You headshotted my toe.
Yep. I hacked.
Yeah.
Yo, you sweat? I can't build up here!
Yeah, I know.
You like that? Hi.
How? You're aiming, dude. How do you shoot me when I'm above you? You don't have your cheats?
Yeah, I'll give them to you in a second. Oh, it's called being on controller.
That's what I'm not on. Hey, what the? What is your aim?
Yeah, that's controller aim, my guy.
Yeah, we know. We understand. Aim assist carries.
I should have aim assist on 100.
Yeah, I can tell. Woo! You
What the? How did I get down here?
You've walking through walls on 100 too.
Oh!
I'm so much better.
No, you're not, bro. You're trying to be Somerset? You're just better.
I'm lagging.
I'm lagging too. Oh my god. Hold on, give me a second. I had to reset. No, I wasn't ready, bro! I forgot. Honestly, I forgot that was your wall. That was the main reason. Wow, you hacker, bro. What? Okay.
You bum. Fine, I'll hear
I'm
too.
not taking this aimbot, bro. How am I? Oh, what the? What do you have? What gun do you have?
It's a blue
Alright, I'm done.
AR.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. A blue AR. You sweat?
What's wrong? A blue AR's not even good. Oh my.
Like the aimbot? Got that Zen on. Already know. Jesus Christ. I had your internet, bro. I swear. What the?
Wait, you'd be the best player in the game?
No, I'd still be trash, but I could be a little bit better.
You'd be Booga?
Honestly. Yo, what is this internet, bro?
I'm lagging. The only reason I'm lagging is because I'm only lagging a little bit because I'm streaming. And I had my stream on high quality so that you guys could watch it and it wouldn't be like
I'm lagging. Ah, no, you aimbot. I can build right there.
I was playing as the most bot I could play as.
No!
Aimbot.
How are you behaving from 69 meters? No! What the? Yo, your thing locked onto me. You got that? No! Don't shoot me on this guy. No! Why you took my build out? No!
Stop running.
No! Okay, I'm just. Yo, you suck at aiming, bro.
I wasn't aimed in. I was just shooting. I'm trying to hit every shot. What the?
My aim is distract onto you. My bad. Yo, you act. No. Okay.
You goofball. Watch this.
Goofball, watch this.
No, I actually got out of the car, bro.
Wait, why is there 4 cars? Look, there's 4.
There's 3.
No, look, there's 4. I'm in one.
Yeah, I know. There's 2 more.
No, it shows there's another one right here.
There's no car right there.
I'm lagging in it. Hey, no, stop. I'm lagging in the car.
No, come out of the car. You're so weird. That's why I'm not playing with you, bye.
Oh my
I'm gonna get off. Because you're in the car.
I'm not!
You were. Sorry. Should I turn my aimbot off now?
Shot, terrible aim. I can't shoot anymore. No! What the? Okay, you have aimbot on. I'm convinced.
It is so fun.
This is not fun. Hey, chill.
It is so fun.
I don't like this game.
Naughty, naughty. Are you teasing me, you naughty, naughty?
What? No, you aimbot. I'm convinced. I don't know where I am at. I don't know where you're at.
All over here when I had to chase you.
Oh, which way? Oh, I see you actually. Don't let JJ join, bro. No, bro. Why?
You better start running.
How do you get my toes?
I would recommend running.
Good, that's what I'm doing.
You did not run
I'm
there.
gone
You thought
now.
you were good. Oh, I see you.
No, no you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't see me, bro. No way you see me.
Watch this.
Okay, alright, you're done. I'm just building one ramp because I cannot build that.
Wait, I think this is better than me. Oh, baby. Down on the phone. Oh, shoot. You better start running. Before oh, you better start running now. 3, 2, 1. Dang.
I'm gone, baby. Hooray!
You're at.
How are you still hitting me?
Because you're not gone.
Oh no! I don't like this
You
game.
better start running. Better run.
I can't run. It's too late. I'm already down. I'm already in too deep.
Better run.
I'm already in too deep.
Dang it. I blinked you. No, my bullets hit, but it didn't count because it was a little too far away. Ooh.
How are you still hitting me?
I'm not even aiming in. I'm just trying to hit you once, bro. Get back here.
Never. Never say never.
Bro, stop running.
No, how'd you see me?
I didn't see you. I locked on. I mean nothing.
What?
What?
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
You better run. You're a light work.
Yeah, you can have it. What? No, stay there, purpose, you bum.
Okay, wait, let me find Mason. Stop. Braxton, stop. Braxton, stop.
I'm not. Well, he's over there. I'm running.
Yeah, run. Run as far as you can and hide.
I did.
Before I find you.
What are you gonna do?
Dang, you did not get better. You suck.
No! 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 I'm on 2 HP. No!
You're so bad. Oh dang. You better run. Oh frick! I shouldn't have went this far. Fortunately, Braxton.
I'm gone too, though. Bye bye, Papa. How?
You're so good.
I'm getting out of here. How? Don't shoot me all the time. Don't shoot me all the time. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay.
Now you're stuck in a wall. There's nowhere you can run.
Yeah, you're right. I'm healing.
Dang it, you bum. Where'd you go? Oh. No, bro, kick that.
I learned the. No!
Oh my, bro. No, I missed. Those are my chances. Oh, I hit you so many times. Bro, stop it, dude.
What? You cheater! I need to go right in my box. I'm taking a chili chug and I'm gone. There's no good reason to make believing that we could ever
exist again.
You can never find me now. I'm gone.
I guarantee you I'll find you.
I'm legit just sprinting straight.
At the end it always stays the same cause there's no good reason to make.
Yeah, you cannot find me.
We could ever exist again. Sit down. Oh, gotta lock on.
What school does that kid go to?
Defiance.
What school has an east or like a what is it?
Brian, they have an esports team.
Do you know anybody that's on it?
Nope. Let's be honest. If they had me, they would not lose in esports.
I told you you'd never find me.
No, I had to fight Mason. Pickaxe did. Oh, I have a better way to find you, actually. I'm not gonna use it to kill you, but I can use it to find you.
Grappler. What are you gonna use?
You'll find out quick enough.
Party Royale Radio. Everyone wins.
Invite me to do it.
Who's in the background, bro? What is
You just killed me with that.
It's not me. This is me. Hi.
Please don't kill me. No, I was just working so hard on that.
Here, I'll finish it for you.
Why? No, I'm gone now. Y'all ruined. I'm gone now. I built that high and then I built that high up and then it said nuke, so then I hopped off, but the nuke didn't work over there for some reason.
I'll be gone.
That's what you get. Don't let Jared join, bro.
Yeah, crazy. You thought you were better.
Don't let Jared join. Don't let Jared join. He's being
Turn
annoying.
your mic on, Mason. Why is Jared being annoying? What was he doing?
No, he's just annoying.
Okay. Guys, you wanna play arena? I can't. My dad. Why is your dad using your mic? Your dad's playing Fortnite? Fortnite on the gas. Booted on the beat. I'll be gone. Skill. Guns don't define skill. You haven't even almost killed me. How do you not know how to get a new gun? Stupid. Yes, stupid. Oh my, I'm blinking. You literally said you were better than me. It's like my first time on in a month. You still said you were better than me. You said you were better than my duo. If I can kill you this easily, you're not better than.
Who's your duo?
QT London.
Oh, that kid.
He's good. He's not toxic like Jordy.
I thought that. I don't know. I thought they're all being toxic besides the Kato guy.
No one's friend with Jordy anymore because he's racist. He went into Roblox and pretended to be a cop and arrested a black person. For no reason. That's racist. Let me in. Jared said let me join.
No, bro, he's just gonna be so annoying. He's probably just gonna hop in a car.
And just play TikTok.
Yeah. He's probably gonna put that one sound where like the mom is screaming. You're literally.
You're literally shooting at your fucking asshole.
I don't know, it's so annoying.
It was funny like the first time.
Yeah, but now it's annoying. He just plays it over and over. Bro, you're legit not gonna find me.
Yeah, I can't. I don't have time to because this guy keeps yelling. LMAO. What is that? You missed. Are you actually hiding or are you just sky basing?
What are you talking about? I'm not sky basing. Hiding.
You literally, oh, you're actually just. Okay, I have a way to figure out if you're hiding or not.
If I actually fall down just because you did that, I'm actually.
So you are sky based.
I know, but if you actually break this, no, stop nuking! If I actually get hit by one of these nukes, bro, I swear.
So you're on the edge of the map, sky based.
Not on the edge, I'm like in the middle.
No, you're obviously not. There's no builds in the middle.
I built to the middle.
You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Oh, I see. Oh, what's over here?
Oh, no, bro. No, no.
What's over here?
No, I'm done.
It's some random metal thing.
So you can't break it down.
I can't. I see the second.
Yeah, don't break it.
See the second
I built
Yeah, I know.
I see you down there. You're coming up. That's the second one.
Your aim is so bad. Oh shoot.
Yeah, what's up now? I should wait for my aim assist to kick in. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. This is my sky base. We can share it. We can share it.
No, I'm not sharing nothing. I'm going to break the other side.
No. No, bro, no! You missed it. You suck.
I know. I over shockwave.
Don't do it!
Oh, it's so funny. You're so bad. What happened? Here, I'll save it. I'll save it. I'll save half of it. Maybe if I get there in time.
Hurry!
Go, 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 go!
Go, 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 go!
I saved
that whole top destroyed.
There, I saved half of it. And then there's this Mason guy up here.
The whole top is still destroyed, bro. Took me so long and hard work. No!
Now it's all gone.
No.
The first time Mason killed me. It's a miracle, guys. Okay, guys, let's go to the arena.
Yo, this kid just spamming me. Oh my god. He's build sweating.
He's build sweating? Is that a thing?
Yes. He's overbuilding.
Me?
No.
Oh, you said that right as I started cranking.
He just keeps spamming my wall.
Oops. 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 Dang, I fell. Where are you guys fighting at, bro?
Get botted on.
Get botted on? I have more times 2.
I've been skybasing times 2.
What? That made no sense.
If I can kill him, then he's not good.
For real? He said he's better than me. Oh!
Yeah, I just unloaded my clip on you, boy.
Yeah, get over here now. You don't ever shoot down my sky base.
I won't again, I promise.
Hello.
I'm sorry! I won't do it again! Oh, you just got botted on by him.
I have to reload. 20?
Let's go play arena. I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving. Bro, Jer, I'm not letting you join, bro. Is he in your stream?
Yeah.
That's why my brother keeps coming and yelling, because they're in a party together and he probably wants to see if he can hear him.
Mama, don't worry, you is a gangster. I'm a survivor.
Bro, look at that. I just bought it on him again. Why you calling us late? Oh, shoot, I forgot
Leave, goof.
I forgot. I just bought it on right when you left, bro. I don't wanna leave my baby alone. Let it all fall down. Free fall. Bro, you're slurping that down good.
You like that ASMR?
You're slurping that down good, bro.
You like that ASMR?
Hey, does he have this skin?
I don't care either, though.
What pickaxe do you want to use? What pickaxe? We should wear driver or gold bar?
Driver.
Okay, might be mess up though. Why you calling us late?
What?
Like 2 a.m. How can I be homophobic?
Sheesh.
Come on, ready up, man. Man, ready up. I'm right back. I'm back. I'm free phone. I'm free phone. God to the devil and the devil said it. Dang, bro, we look sweaty. We both have the same skin and pickaxe. Besides sweats. If only if Mason had the skin and pickaxe.
He had a mic.
And a mic! Tell your dad to get a mic.
His dad is using his mic.
Why can't his dad get a mic?
His dad is using his mic for the 50th time.
Why though? Why can't his dad just go buy a mic?
I don't know. Don't ask me. Ask Mason.
He doesn't have a mic. How am I supposed to ask him?
He can hear you though.
Oh, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do?
Nod his head up and down.
Oh
I
my
should
god,
I might have to
bro.
stop streaming.
Yo, and we have the
I'm gonna have to
and we have
stop
the same
streaming.
and we have the same glider on.
I might have to stop streaming. I'm on 60 FPS.
Bro, that's my normal. Come on
Yeah,
now.
but, oh wait, never mind. I don't have to. It's only an air.
I like really bad in there. Oh my god, I just pulled us under.
I feel like right now I'm on like 100 to 100.
I just pulled, hey Kirby, hey, I just pulled a thunder, bro. Oh yeah.
I have a green thunder.
I've just pulled a green thunder.
Sheesh, you got the new Pokemon card?
Yep.
The new Pokemon card, Green Thunder.
Hey, we have the same glider on too. It's like the neon one.
Oh my bro, we're just so sweats.
Yeah, we're so sweats. Oh my god.
Sweaties.
Wow, this
Sweaty
pickaxe
gang.
sounds good. This
Sweaty.
pickaxe sounds
Dude,
good
We should
too.
make a clan called Sweaty Clan.
You're already in one. You betrayer.
Nah, we can make our own and we fake Sweaty Clan.
I made one, but it's not doing good.
Yeah,
No, like, well, I just made it like 10 minutes ago. On God, I made one 10 minutes ago, and I have a Discord for it too.
You made a Discord?
Yes, I legit made a Discord, and
Hey,
I made
give
a
me
link
my
tree.
big box back.
Bro, you don't even need it.
No, you need. No, you don't. You have like 10 less health. It's a waste.
Bro, how does that? Oh my God, bro, no way you died. Ooh, give me that.
Dude, you're already
Silly.
selling?
That's crazy. Ooh, shotgun trigger. Hooray.
Follow me. We're going on an FBI raid mission. There's a guy right there. Shoot him. 17.
17-2.
His teammate's here. Help. His
I'm
teammate's in
helping.
my box.
I'm helping.
Dang.
This one's cracked too, so. I can't jump. I have a glitch. I can't jump.
You suck.
Bro, what do you mean I suck?
Dude,
I couldn't jump.
This guy literally just ran at me, and I just boxed up, and he's just in there. And then I cracked it.
Why did Mason even run away from us, bro? Oh my God, maybe we should play duos.
No, that guy I cracked, and he wasn't shooting, he just was aimed in for like 5 years straight, and then hit me right in the head.
I legit hit the guy for 112, the one guy, and then I ran out of mats and couldn't jump.
What do you want, Mason?
I don't really have a mic, so.
What?
You're bad.
What do you say?
Bro, I'm not bad. It's just the controller was bugging.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Bro, it's kept bugging every time then.
You are terrible. You said you were better than me.
I haven't played in like a month. Let me warm up, bro.
We literally played that map for so long.
Whoa, I didn't have a gun till like the last 5 minutes.
Still, I didn't even warm up. I warmed up literally by chasing. It's not even a warm up, bro. So you need an aim assist?
Hey, Caleb, I sent you the Discord.
I don't play with no aim assist, and I have better aim than you.
I play with aim assist and I have better aim than you.
You do not have better aim than me,
No, I said I have better aim than that one, and I have aim assist.
Oops, I jumped.
I jumped too. I jumped because you jumped.
I meant to put my phone on my mouse pad, and I pressed it, the space pad.
I just jumped because you jumped.
Where are we going?
I thought. I sent you the Discord. I sent you the Discord.
I'm not going all the way over there.
Go trailer park. Alright, know where to start. I'm just starting used to being in my room with you.
Let's go. Where are you going?
What do you mean?
Where are you guys going, Bao?
I'm right here. What?
Oh, I thought you guys went somewhere else. I didn't see you guys on the map.
I was about to not even make it here.
I don't even know where to start.
Why did you go? Yeah, let's go. I have a key, but the key things were terrible.
Oh, terrible throw. Oh, you splash. You splash yourself, I guess.
I only used one because I popped eight.
Guys, over here, I have chugs.
I don't need them.
Okay, then I'll just chug him.
I literally have one gun, bro.
Guess what? I have a shotgun.
Wowzers. You're so cool.
I don't even know where to start.
Literally, bro, what's the shotgun on? Right foot creeps. Right foot.
What?
I did the right foot creep.
Oh yeah, someone's shooting already.
Shooting at me. His aim is
He's
so
in the bush.
bad. I'm really standing still. Holy, this guy's free. I cracked him. Oh my goodness. This kid's so bad.
They're literally running.
A teammate? Oh, his teammate's actually has good aim though. His teammate's 93.
You guys suck, bro.
His teammate's 59.
This guy just aimbotted me with an SMG. This res, bro. You're sweating too hard. Res.
What? How did me?
They have one good player on their team.
Bro, what'd you have my wall?
The guy that killed Buxton. I got
My bad, guys.
Every shot and then
There's at least 10 people. Both of them are cracked over there. Or one of them's cracked. One of them's cracked.
They have 2 alive, by the way. They want 77 blue. One's cracked. He just got finished, so he's probably around.
One's cracked. One's cracked. It's not the one that's cracked.
Their SMG aim is wild. I'm stuck in a tree.
They're just gonna break you down. And I think the one guys are booting.
There's just some random guy rebooting.
They push off you.
You're physically not going to make this.
The other one's low unless he healed. Alright, he healed. This one's free. Did the guy get the reboot off?
Yeah. No, that's some random dude. That's now here.
Yeah, he get the reboot off though.
Yeah, the team let him get it. Is he running? Yeah, he's running.
Alright, well that's perfect. Now you can reboot us. Maybe not.
Get your reboot card first. I really wanted to kind of kill that guy. He has a hammer.
Why are those guys free, but they actually kind of killed us?
Hey, there's a kid over there. Kid over there by reboot.
Don't shoot, he's running.
Well, I'm if I'm
Yeah,
gonna
don't shoot that. Don't shoot that.
Heard you. There's teammates over there.
Right there.
Oh, your aim is so bad.
Push up on him. Be quick. He might try to run. Hey, just keep going. I'm gonna keep falling back.
What the?
Hey, you don't have to do that. It's just him.
Why are these guys like actually kind of free?
Because he just got rebooted?
No,
That's
like
why
this
I
whole
went- that's
lobby's
why I
been
went-
free
that's
so
why I
far.
went for that guy, 'cause I know he just got rebooted. No, the whole lobby's free. Like their builds are terrible, but then they just randomly hit 5 headshots.
Cause they're probably controller.
No, like that one default skin, bro. He missed every shot and then triple dinked me in the face. That's how I died. First one to push me dies.
It's probably gonna be the one guy's teammate.
I'm really gonna get that guy's reboot. Well, if anyone shoots at you, they're dead too. Oh, you're
Oh, they're shooting at me. I think it's the guy's teammate over there.
Come here. You guys are so far away. What the? Yeah, 80 on 3 on 1. Watch out, Mason. There's no loot over there. I don't know why you went to that guy. Watch out, there's a kid coming. Steve. That guy's
thought he got building
trying
up.
so hard, but he's so bad.
Why's that guy building in the trees, bro? He's building in the trees! And I'm getting shot from the side.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
That's the guy's actual teammate, so he killed.
I'm about to be dead.
Good thing I grabbed a med kit. See, it wasn't bad going over there.
How does he know where I am, bro? You cheated. 170, dead.
Nice, let's go, let's push this, push it.
I need help, bro.
I'm dead. I was 2 HP.
Crack, they're both hurt. There's a purple shot.
Why you switch skins for?
Because this is my sweaty skin.
I'm switching to my soy skin. Mr. Fresh Asian skin.
Where did you go? Take it to the way. Yeah.
Sweat dripping down to my having withdrawals, sugar trust and my heart is already gone. Just done used to be in my room with you. My phone, I see the phone, now where'd you go? Send her to the I took her to the heart. It's just me and this guitar playing the song. You can trust it in my heart, it's already gone. Just leave me alone.
Go crazy.
Just done used to be in my room with you.
Where did you go? Take it to the way. Yeah. Let's go.
It's just me and my guitar playing song. Justin and my eyes already gone.
Take it to the right. Yeah, there we go. I've been live for 4 hours.
Sweat.
Well, the first 2 hours were just because I was watching something.
I bet you haven't touched grass today.
How was it born?
I mean, the FNCSR was like just sitting there for like 2 hours.
What's the point of watching FNCS?
What side are we landing on?
What, was I supposed to fall to FNCS just so you can watch me play?
The one person thought you called.
I know, the one person thought I was actually in FNCS, man.
He said you're in FNCS, and they put like a dead emoji to me. There's a kid, I hear a kid, bro.
How do I get 2 heavies and this kid gets a machine pistol? That's just racially motivated.
Oh shoot, Rexton, yes. There's a guy in that building, by the way.
Yeah.
You should kill him.
I literally got 2 in the world.
Jump in, Rexton.
Jumping in. Legend, put me in there. Let's go, coach.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ.
I shot 1 bullet.
Why are there 5 pistols in here?
That guy, I didn't even give that guy a chance. Mason, spectate me.
Yeah, why are you spectating the worst player?
Watch kids on the other side because they might start. Pretty sure about 2 or 3. You should get this 3rd shot today.
Rexton, come on, we gotta kill these people. Oh man.
Oh no, I'm coming. He's cracked.
Nice, you're the best.
Knocked.
Yes, you're the best.
Oh, 94 blue.
I can't get out.
One's, they might try rezzing, he's in the building.
He has 63 health, bro. Like, he was literally just holding that.
I was going demon time.
You killed 1 person, bro.
That's more like I killed the other 2 games.
I killed 1 person that game.
Hey, look at your Snapchat.
Hi,
I sent you a sweaty Discord.
Sweaty Discord?
Sweaty Discord.
I can't. It won't let me tap on it.
Tap on it.
I can't tap on it.
It works fine for me.
It's because I'm on a call.
Oh.
Put your loving hand on me. Here, wait. I'll call you back. I'll be right back. No, let's see the sweaty Discord.
Tap it.
Let me see. Discord GG. Don't B4. Accept invite.
That's an esports, yes sir. Accept that invite right now.
I think I did.
First person Discord, cause I suck.
Let me see if I'm in it. I'm not in it yet. Give me a sec.
Oh my god, bro.
Sorry, I gotta do it again. Dude, I'm getting spam called, bro. Join team. Dude, the name B4 Kirby sounds so good.
Yeah, before Kirby was born. Wait, what?
B4 Kirby.
No, that's why you should.
so
That's why you should leave Silo.
Not leaving Silo.
If I get 1,000 followers on TikTok, will you join it?
No, TikTok's so easy to get followers.
What? What? Alright, what do I have to do for you to join it? Oh my god, bro, what the fuck, man? That's what wait, what? What?
And he says, Brixton is ready to join. I accept invite. It just takes me to the app store and says, Discord, hangout, chat, and blah blah. That's my gun, boy.
Okay.
Die.
Maybe I should have landed with you guys. It kind of suck. Oh my god, bro. Silo Kirby is going crazy.
See? B4
Silo Kirby sounds terrible. Maybe you couldn't, but at least you have a cool name. Silo is terrible.
I don't need no cool name.
Yeah, you do.
I don't.
How do you think Booga got famous? He has a cool
Booga's
name.
name is not cool. It's literally, his name is Bugga, bro.
It's Booga! Pronounce it right.
Some people actually call it Bugga, did you know?
Yeah, some idiots.
That makes me so mad.
Idiot sandwich.
For real. Bugga. Bugga going crazy.
That burger is going crazy.
That burger? What? You just call Booga fat? Dang.
What?
Dang, Booga.
I would never call the Lord Booga.
What?
Boo! Booga, I didn't say that. Trust me, Booga. Like Booga would even be listening right now.
Booga's watching my
To your
stream.
goofy ass stream. If you're a B4, he joined.
Join what? My stream?
Yeah, if you're B4 Kirby, he joined it.
That's so cap.
Yo, he has so much shield, bro.
Don't you die? It's so terrible. How you guys, bro? I'm just.
Bro, did you even touch him?
What?
I saw bro did no damage to him. He was fighting him and did no damage. Darn it, man. Only Booga would watch your stream if it was before Kirby.
Don't mind me just aimbotted that guy casually. You didn't see nothing. Holy, why is... That's a lot of people. It would suck if I snuck up behind all three of them. Frick.
Why did you join Silo though? What's so good about them?
They're sweaty.
They're not sweaty, bro. I've never seen one person with the name Silo.
I'm 1v3ing. Trust, I'm 1v3ing.
I don't know about that, bro. Oh my god. He's probably rezzing.
No, I just got my finish. She's not rezzing. Cause like I was dead.
I know, I said that before I saw that, bro.
Why that guy just full ran away? Oh, hello.
Uh-oh, Kirby.
190! He has 14 health, bro. He has 14 health, bro.
There's another guy there, too.
I haven't read these stupid default skins, but so annoying.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna see if it works for me. If it works for me, bro,
Enough,
you're
bro. You
getting...
guys are selling.
What?
You guys are actually selling me so
No,
much.
don't get off! Don't get off!
I'll get on later, bro. I need a break.
Bro!
4 hours, bro. I need a break.
Bro, this thing works for me. What you talking about?
Yeah, because you're already in the thing. Goofball.
Try to join it again.
So I go, and then I click on Brixton Grand. It says, join the B4 Esports Discord channel. I press on
Yeah,
it, it
join
says,
that.
accept invite. I press accept invite. It just takes me to the literal app store and says Discord.
Download Discord then.
I already have it.
Then why would it take you to the App Store then?
I don't know. Okay, I'm getting